Perfect. Alrighty, everybody. Wow, what an interesting image I've got played here, isn't it? Okay, so let's get some film on the screen. How's everybody doing tonight? Hopefully well, but I have got a heck of a show planned for y'all. So I really can't wait to dig into this one because we've got okay, so I got half of what I wanted with this show tonight. So here's the deal, right? I going forward, I want to see if at the start of the show, like the pinned comment says, that we're going to start out with basically like a quick overview of everything that's going on. Normally these good to hear it, John. Normally these streams pick up like an hour into it, and I've always wondered what in the world do I do with that first hour, not to mention for anybody loyal over at Windy City Gridiron, not everybody's got 3 to 5 hours to break down the Bears, so I don't blame people for being like, Robert, come on, I don't have 5 hours, but I know y'all love it. So, to try to bridge the gap here, we're going to go through basically all the tape we're going to go through an abridged version of the tape, and I put way too much into it this time. We're going to spend a lot of time talking about the offense. As anybody knows who's been on this channel before, not only do I end up talking about the offense a lot, but the Bears tend to make it a bit of a focus. I mean, to make a point, I was looking up NFL passing leaders just a little while ago, and would you believe it? If we look at NFL passing game ranks, we go to team passing yardage, we scroll on down. The Bears right now, between two games and all the sacks that they have now averaged 76.5 passing yards. Now, obviously, part of that is because they played their first game in a really heavy rainstorm, and they played their second one in Lambeau, and it did not go so great. But if you doubled the Bears' current passing games, or like the passing game numbers, they would still be in last. So things are, look, I don't want to say dire, but there's obviously some real issues going on in Chicago. And starting out your season by playing a rain abated San Francisco 49ers team and also playing a really tough Green Bay defense does not help, but it's sort of the skin of it. So so I want to talk about the offense. There's a lot to talk about, but believe it or not, when I went back and watched the tape, okay, so classic tape grinder thing to say, right? That when I went back and watched the tape, there was a lot more wrong with this game than just Fields. If you left the game the way I did, so losing to the Packers literally always sucks, and that it tends to bring out really the worst of, I know, my emotions. And if you are a Bears fan in the chat tonight and you feel the same way, you go ahead and raise your hand and know that it hurts and I hate it. And who doesn't hate it, right? But I really expected to see a worse game out of Fields when I went back and watched the tape. And Reinhardt von, I don't remember his last name in the comments, J2K, of course. I really expected to see a worse looking quarterback. I just saw the entire team lose. It's rough. And Rich Kid, that's a good way to put it. Like, we got smoked. What you're going to see as we go ahead and start reviewing the offense, you're going to see Fields makes mistakes. You're going to see receivers make mistakes. You're going to see the linemen make mistakes. You're going to see people not 100% knowing where they're going. You're going to see the line not be able to hold on really key downs. You're going to see a bunch of stuff that's going to make you kind of sad. But Derek, honestly, I think the running backs are probably the only people that I'd give like a pass to, mostly because David Montgomery had this the replacements moment where he went, we ain't losing this game, and turned into Superman. And Akusai, the nice thing is that I can come away from this legitimately positive about the state of the running game. They mixed power concepts and zone run concepts really, really beautifully. And also when it comes to defense, just to give a quick overview, I ended up feeling better about Kyler Gordon coming out of the tape review than I went into it with. Now, that's not to say Gordon played super well. It's more to say Gordon and fundamentally all the defensive backs, but especially Gordon, got put in a really tough spot because the thing about this Packers offense, or at least their offensive performance today, that we didn't talk about enough is that they didn't just average. So normally when you average like 5 or 6 yards per carry, we've all been there. It's like 20 to 22% stops, maybe 25, 30% stops, 3 massive explosive runs for like 40, 45, and 35 yards, and then a bunch of 2 to 3 yard gainers. And that's not what happened on this Packers offense today. They had 5.3 yards per carry going off the top of my head, 200 yards on the ground, and it was all in 4 to 9 yard chunks. The worst part about this game is that truly, if the Bears, which they did this most of the game, spent the game playing defense out of nickel, they could not stop the run. Their defensive linemen could not do enough to get in the way. Their linebackers could not do enough. And yes, that includes number 58, unfortunately. And this ended up putting Kyler in particular into a lot of spots where he triggered way too hard on play action passes, and the ball got thrown either right behind him, right in front of him, off to the side. He was trying to basically split the will linebacker role and the nickel corner role, and for a guy who's already learning nickel corner and like nickel corner and outside corner at the same time, it was just too much. I mean, the Packers defense just churned their way down the field, and it became a bit of a narrative, and I'm kind of calling Jeff Hughes out a little bit when I say this, that, oh, the Bears defense stiffened up in the second half. No, they didn't. The Packers just fumbled twice, completely unabated. Like, it was a complete unforced error on the Packers' part. They had a blown match point that turned into a fumble recovery, and they had Christian Watson come across on a jet sweep and get hit in the hip, and that turned into like a 15-yard loss that ended up with a punt. Like, the Bears defense just got run on, and it's tough. And so we'll talk about exactly what was going on, but I really think that because of all the freak out, all the fracas surrounding Fields and the offense, let's talk about it, because what we're about to get into is that the big key. Oh goodness, I need to start Epic Pen. I got so excited about all the tape that I forgot to start my drawing software. So the big takeaway here is unforced errors. And they're little things. They're not all even bad. Like, I completely get what you're talking about, Jay Sanders, about how, like, it's not an excuse and we've been waiting forever. We have, but we are talking about a quarterback in Justin Fields that, hey, before we blessed the guy, we gave Mitch 3 full years. Well, technically, some fans even gave him 4 full years. He was a redshirt junior. So Mitch was 23 when he got drafted. Fields, right now, he came out of the draft as a true junior. He turned 23 in March. I don't want to make too many excuses for him. I'm not going to. You are going to hear me tonight criticize Fields a lot, but make sure you know at the top of the show, I am of the impression that this is just one game. Fields is really young. Fields is not fifth-year senior, or like a redshirt senior Joe Burrow who's hitting the NFL with a lot of experience. He's not Kenny Pickett, who's in the same setting. He's not Mac Jones, who was at the very least a redshirt senior when he got to the NFL, and that's before he linked up with Josh McDaniels in an offense that fit him perfectly. This is Fields' second offense in 2 years. He's very young. He's very talented, and I'm not about to say that we know he's going to be great. I'm saying we got to at least give him the rest of the season before we freak out, because at this stage, it's easy to look at a horrible game against the Packers and say, oh my word, he sucks. And I hate the Bears and I love the Bears and I'm so frustrated, but it's a bad game. It is. And every time a Bears quarterback wears this white jersey on this field, it's and he embarrasses himself. It brings back all the bad memories of any other young quarterback you watch. Derek, I'm actually glad you brought up Trubisky, because I know if you're like me, this game feeling like Trubisky's 2019 Week 1 game, but at least in Trubisky's 2019 Week 1 game, that was his second year in an offense and his third year playing professional quarterback in general, let alone he got drafted as a redshirt junior. So he was a little bit older. But I'm with you, Derek. Like, I don't want to give Fields a total pass. That's not the key here. It's more to say that he's still in the race. Is not a bad way to put it. It's like on an evaluation curve, if Fields needs to go from point A to point B, he's like here. We've got year one. Honestly, if I was going to redraw that, like, I'm personally really big on, you want year one. This isn't going to be a great to scale drawing. Year 2, and then you need like at least 2 to 4 games of year 3. So Fields is like there or something like that. I mean, he's got 15 games left. God forbid he gets hurt. And so I don't by any means want to suggest, exactly like you're saying, Derek, that like this is excusable. This is great. We're great. Fields is great. We know. But jumping to conclude, I do think it's early to make a conclusion either way. What we do know is that Fields needs a lot of work, and we'll get to it. But anyways, starting with unforced errors, because let's get to the tape. So what you're going to see here is a run to the left, and I specifically want you to watch Larry Borom, because you're going to see Tevin Jenkins and Sam Mustipher combo block this defensive end right here, and Larry Borom is also going to block him. Larry Borom's going to go block this guy, who, when Mustipher and Jenkins combo block him, that's also Jenkins' assignment. So instead of, once Cole Kmet blocks the end, instead of Borom being here and having everybody blocked, you're going to see this corner right here just make the play. And it's a 4-yard gain. So it's not actually bad. You can see right here, both Jenkins and Borom engaged on the same defensive end. Like, we could talk a bunch of scheme. We don't have to in this case. It's just as simple as 2 guys blocking the same guy and 1 unblocked man. And David Montgomery isn't like an actual freight train as much as he hits like one. And 21 makes a play. And so had Borom, just winding it back a little bit, had Borom sealed him and Jenkins driven him out of the play, which is certainly possible, you're looking at a hit run. Exactly the kind of stuff the Packers were hitting on. It's not a touchdown. I mean, maybe. David Montgomery was embarrassing guys at the second level, especially near the end of the game. But it's a simple mistake. It's exactly the kind of mistake that you would expect out of an offense that's practically still in install in this case. But so, like, Montgomery blasts forward. By the way, make sure you keep your eye on 76, because Tevin Jenkins was really fun in this game, especially in the run blocking department. Like, check this out right here. It's a super simple play. We don't need to like over we don't need to overhype this. Oh, hang on. But you're going to see Jenkins off the snap give 94 a quick shove, and he sets him right onto Mustipher's grip immediately. And so that's a really nice pass. When you can honestly, I don't mean to dunk on Sam Mustipher, but when you can pass somebody off to Sam Mustipher successfully and still crank somebody at the second level, the Bears are looking at actual offensive line talent, and that's huge for the run game, because I do think the run is going to be a large part of what this team's good at. Certainly they're not very good at pass blocking. But so the second unforced error that we saw was this. A couple plays later, it's Fields' first pass attempt of the game. If you take a look at what the receivers are doing, I mean, it looks to me like it was supposed to be a boot, just based on where the receivers go. Maybe it's a straight drop back and Fields throws this, but right now the route combinations seem kind of basic. Like, maybe that's me calling Getsy out. You make the call. But in this setting, it looks like maybe it would have just been a straight shot to Kmet, because Blazing Game cuts the edge right there, so I don't think that he would roll out where he gets cut. But Fields falls on the ball. Because, well, where does Bull go? Blazing Game maybe, no. Blazing Game goes and executes his assignment. I think it would have been just a play-action pass at that point. Shanahan does this all the time, where you take a SIF blocker, you cut the end, and you have like a quick little pocket right here, even though the entire defensive line is moving way over there. But Fields drops it, so it's a wasted down. and it's an unforced error. I mean, there's no good way to say that, like, already we're like 4 plays deep into the offense and there's 2 problematic. It's not the center. I'm going to go to bat for Mustafa. I have called Mustafa out a lot, CV Omega. This is just Fields dropping it. Like, it hits the ball, or the ball hits Fields in the hands, and poof, it's on the ground. I do think if you want to be positive at all, that, or at least positive more towards next week, I do think that the Bears kind of got Lambeau'd. Like, Lambeau Field seemed to shake a lot of the team. Everybody made some kind of a mistake. And so in this setup, like, here's the flea flicker, which is pretty much the next play. And I think everybody's seen a good amount of analysis on this, but you've got 2 curls on the edge, and then Darnell Mooney's going to run a go. But as the flea flicker happens, right here, Cole Kmet is just supposed to hold off Preston Smith as hard as as long as he can. And the answer is he can't do it. So once Fields gets the ball, Smith's already bearing down on him, no pun intended. And then he makes a he quickly gets to ESB. If I can be honest with you guys, so Fields is looking at Mooney, and I don't actually know why he doesn't throw it. It's not to say that I'm going to hit him with a ding, because he makes a nice throw under pressure to get the ball to Equanimeous St. Brown for a nice 30-yard gain, but maybe he feels the pressure. It's hard to tell. His eyes start on Mooney, and he's open. So, like, he never saw Smith, Joe. In that case, I really don't know why he didn't throw it to Mooney, because Mooney is the first look on that play, and Mooney has this guy beat. Maybe Fields couldn't see him or something. He never saw Mooney. That makes sense, because when you take a look at, let's see, this right here, you can actually see where Mooney and the defensive back, like, the defensive back might as well be screening Mooney. But either way, Fields gets to the second read. He fires a quick throw. Equanimeous St. Brown beats Jair Alexander on a comeback that I don't think Jair saw coming, and nice little play. Still, though, like, maybe a mental mistake, because Cole Kmet on this play, if we just take a look right here, gets owned. Like, this isn't, he held the block for a little bit. Just take a look as we go through this. This is Smith enters the frame, Kmet tries to get a push off, and immediately he is just owned. Right there. Smith's already got his hands on him. He beats him with absolutely no issue whatsoever. Fields gets the throw off. Moving on. The unforced errors didn't stop there on the first play of the next series, because we obviously know that Fields in the offense scores a touchdown. We'll get back to all that after the hour. So Fields' first sack of the day, it's a really nice play call. I've always known this as Seattle. In plenty of cases, it looks like this. 2 posts, a big deep in with a quick flare out underneath. So it's got like a little bit of sail right here with these 2 routes, and 2 deep posts to draw as many defenders as possible. And Mooney is objectively open right here, but I'm holding a clicker. Like, Mooney and Montgomery, both absolutely wide open. But if we take a look at this, yeah, J2K, we did. If you can take a look at this, Rashad Gary right here, oh my word, he thumps Larry Borum. He beats Borum badly, pushes 75 straight into Fields' lap, to where at the top of Fields' drop, I mean, that is unignorable pressure. This is normal. Like, kudos to Braxton Jones. That's what normal looks like. But your own lineman barreling down directly on top of you and needing to protect the ball immediately, because if Fields just tries to load to throw this right now, whether he's trying to throw to Mooney, who's not quite open yet, or trying to throw to David Montgomery, it's a strip sack. I mean, just envision Fields right there pulling his arm back to throw in any capacity. Gary is right in front of him. So from there, if we take I'll play it out in real time, and then I'll tell you what happens, because Fields obviously runs straight into a sack, and the Bears end up owned. So whose fault is it? If it was me, and you'll get Lester's take tomorrow on Sack Watch, or whenever we release it, but I think it's split, because you can't, as a quarterback, hold on to the ball for 4.5 seconds and expect good things to happen. I get it. Like, extending plays is great. But when you're in the pocket in this setting, as soon as Fields moves to there, he needs to get the ball out. It doesn't matter where. And thankfully, he's got a check down that is holy moly open. Like, if you dump the ball under any circumstance to 32 in this case, then you're going to be fine. So does he have the opportunity to do it? Yes, right here. And again, I have the clicker. So I know that to me it looks easy, but I think that there is a quick throwing window right before this, because this is too late. This was a problem that Justin Fields has, where split seconds were his problem, where the door was open. He needed to cock his arm and get the ball out immediately. The door is closed. Now he's hit. Again, we're looking at a split second decision, but while the play call works, Mooney gets open. And also Montgomery's plenty good as a check down right here in the flat. The line makes Fields' job not immediately easy, and under the strain of dealing with pressure, Fields flubs. So I don't pin it on Braxton. This is exactly the kind of play that plenty of left tackles do, where you just wash him around the edge, so to speak. That's normal, because once you're standing in the pocket, you're good to go. Akusai's got a great point. If Fields wants to scramble, go. Take off to the left, but instead he looks to throw. This is a problem we've actually seen with Fields a lot. You can think of it, I don't need examples, where Fields knows he wants to get the ball to David Montgomery. It is almost as if he needs to stare at it for 2 to 3 seconds to feel comfortable. And so it almost looks like he says to himself, okay, I'm going to get out of this pressure, and then I'm going to dump the ball off to Montgomery. In my opinion, he needs to be thinking check down from the moment that he gets through this. So that's as soon as you get to the back of the drop and your tackle's in front of you, I want Fields thinking check down, check down, check down, check down, check down. And to Jay Sanders' point, step up, check down. Flick it. Doesn't matter. Or roll your shoulder to get past whoever, Whitehair's guy. Step forward, check down. There's ways to do this that I have to put this at least a little on Fields. I'm with Joe Delia. I do think this is inexcusable from Borum. Here's the tight angle where you'll see it. He just gets owned. I don't think that there's a possible way that he steps up and throws to Mooney, as much as I'd love him to. But getting to the check down, now that's doable. And it doesn't just take a clicker. You have to get the ball out. Mac Jones, if there's something he's doing really well, Joe Burrow, if there's something he's doing really well, get the ball out. Well, Burrow, not so much. I mean, he's given up 13 sacks this year. But Mac Jones isn't going to try to make that play. This is the blessing and the curse of Justin Fields. And frankly, the reason that I started with that big diatribe about how young he is because Fields has a lot more options than Mac Jones. Mac Jones has to step up and dunk the ball off. He doesn't have the legs to even consider running, right? So this is the kind of play that, frankly, say Preston Smith had gotten stuck right here, just fouled up, because obviously Fields does not have literal eyes in the back of his head. Fields is rolling right, and you never know. Maybe Fields didn't want to give up on Mooney downfield. Maybe. But he gets crushed because he doesn't get the ball out. Fields' time to throw is the longest in the NFL right now, despite having half. Fields has less attempts than almost every quarterback or than every single football team right now has completions. Let me be clear. Let me say that again. Fields has less attempts than every team has completions. And so this is something that just has to get better. Get the ball out. And so, thank you, Mike. Glad you're enjoying it. And it's something that, Fields knows. Fields now has 12 starts. If this was start 18, if this was start 22, if this was start 26, we are in Dunsville territory. But it's not quite we're not quite there yet. We're in start 12, and this was a problem. Don't get me wrong, but I completely understand that that Fields, at the very least, this is better than last year because he does step up in the pocket at least a little bit. He avoids the strip sack, which was a huge issue last year. We haven't seen. No, we did. We do see Fields give up a fumble, I think, on this one. As a matter of fact, there goes the ball. But it's the timing. The timing is something Fields right now, if I was going to be very specific, is suffering from a problem where he's thinking too much. And to me, that's something that needs to be fixed with experience, which lucky Justin, he started in a brand new offense that runs primarily completely different concepts. So I don't blame Fields for playing kind of slow, but he's got to play fast. If he ran 6 play calls, 6 total play calls, but he ran them quickly, he would be doing better than what he's doing now, where you can tell that Fields is deliberating over everything he's doing. Don't think, feel. Do the Josh Allen thing. Josh Allen channels this like football magic. We all see it. Patrick Mahomes does the same thing, where Allen tells himself, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to spin in a circle in the pocket and then throw a frozen rope for a touchdown 30 yards down the field. Like, it's ridiculous what some of the best quarterbacks in the NFL do, but they just do it, and they do it on time, and they do it fast. And when we get in the defense, you'll see just how important anticipation is. There are tons of these windows that are literally only open in the NFL for a single tick of the clock, but Fields is waiting too long. He's hesitating too much. Stop worrying about throwing an interception over the San Francisco middle of the defense, because at least he did that on time. Play fast. And I'm hoping that as we move on to a team that doesn't have Rashad Gary and Preston Smith and also Kenny Clark on it, who's not on the field right now, that the Bears won't quite be in this hole, and we'll get to see a little more of Fields playing a smidge faster, but also playing a smidge, but also like getting the time he needs to start working that clock down and making a few more plays. The nice thing about Fields, as we'll see, is that he's crazy talented, both in the arm and the legs, but that brain's got to catch up. It's got to catch up. And honestly, even if Fields ends up kind of like Russell Wilson, who people don't talk about the fact that Russell Wilson was a slow processor for years. He was just extremely talented. Actually, I'm going to take that back. That isn't true. Like Russ threw with anticipation too. It's just got to be something that he does. Like we cannot continue to, I don't want to say like, we can't allow, we the fans don't do anything here, but we can't be comfortable with a quarterback that hesitates so much. Anyways, I'm starting to keep talking about it. Let's go. Let's get through this. So later on in the drive, let me see. Oh, next drive. First play of next drive, false start. And ooh, it's small, but it's Ryan Griffin right here. You want to talk about making little mistakes? Check out, I think it is 84. You're going to see pop right there. It's that little butt waggle. If I had to zoom, I would zoom. But you know what? I'm just going to circle it, and we're just going to play from there. Boom, butt waggle, false start. And as soon as they get into 1st and 15, what are they going to do? If your guess was run the ball, you're right. And if your guess was get stuck running the ball, you're also right. And so on this play, it's the first play all game where a Packers defensive lineman has made a play, but he's going to shuck Mustipher, which is unsurprising, unfortunately. And the Bears are suddenly going to go from 1st and 15, which, not that bad in the wide world of things. They're going to end up in 2nd and 14 really quickly. I'm not even disputing the play call for a moment here, because this is actually a relatively light box. Not great, but not horrible given all the tight ends that they have here. That's 7 on 7. But watch 67 and what happens to him by 93. 67 is literally going to take the running lane, and he's going to throw Mustipher into it. And Whitehair tries to clear it, but 7's going to work over the top, and it's a gain of nothing because there's really just nowhere to go. Hey, you can't win them all on the ground, but by the time they were in 2nd and 14, there was just nothing there. Monty was not in on this drive, Bob, which admittedly, not having Monty in on a drive with, or not having Montgomery in on a drive with like the way he was playing ended up being a huge mistake. So now we got to talk about the illegal forward pass. Let me collect myself. With the illegal forward pass, it's a nice reminder that Fields, who is talented, could make some plays if he gets himself under control. But instead, he's going to throw this pass, which is the right idea, well past the line to gain. So what should he have done? Well, in my opinion, okay, so have we all Have we all been in a high pressure situation before? You know how you think you're thinking really fast, but in actuality, you're thinking really slow? Fields steps up to run the ball on what is a relatively simple concept. It looks like Mooney's going to go run a big clear out route, which against like a deep cover three is just never going to be open. And then you're going to get two levels routes. So one short one and one long one. And this one comes out first. So if the linebacker and the safety bite down on it, you go to the second one, which opens up a little bit later. So Fields sees this, he feels pressure because Lucas Patrick's guy beats him. And Lucas Patrick's fine. We don't need to hate on Lucas Patrick. I know he's replacing Tevin Jenkins, and that makes everybody mad. But like in this case, he gives up pressure. So Fields steps up. Good for Fields. Reset your feet. Reset him. And I know he's been hit from behind. I get it. He's learned all the reasons in the world to not trust your offensive line, slowly but surely. But if he resets his feet, he's going to be able to get ESB over the top. And if not, he's got Herbert absolutely exploding off the check down. You reset your feet right now and flip the ball to Khalil Herbert. He's not literally gone, but dang, he's close. Like, these kinds of broken plays happen all the time, especially for mobile quarterbacks. You dump it off to your running back, and he just goes crazy because the linebacker paid you a little bit too much attention. But Fields is thinking too slowly here, and he literally sees Equanimeous St. Brown, has the right idea, and has it way too late because he thought to himself, I got to run this ball. And by the time he peels off, it's just impossible to stop. He's a little bit too fast and a little bit too big, and nobody has the ability to stop that quickly. The check down, like, there were other things open. It's not me critiquing necessarily this. It's not me critiquing specifically the fact that he thought that, or the decision to throw to ESB. It's not me critiquing the forward pass. What I'm pointing out is that he went first, his first call after pressure was, I got to just run the ball. And I get the percentage thing that he talked about, but like, you got to slow down and you got to try to play quarterback because as mobile as he is, there's just no real way that he's beating a sitting linebacker in a foot race. And while that's fine on third down, you can't win them all. There are ways to try to create after a breakdown, as we saw with Dante Pettis, and you got to stay behind the line of scrimmage to do that. So obviously not a good play. The concept isn't phenomenal like you're talking about, Jordan, but part of me thinks that we're looking at a team that honestly just hasn't got that many concepts installed. Or maybe Luke Getsy's concepts aren't phenomenal. Honestly, we're going to need way more games and way more passing attempts to come to any conclusion there. But Fields goes from I'm going to run it to never mind, I'm not going to run it, and he just runs out of real estate. And that's something as we move forward that he can fix. He just needs to start fixing it. So then when we talk about unforced errors, this is a second down. So the Bears botch a first down, and I can't remember how they do it. But this is second down in particular. And on 2nd and 10, what do the Bears do? They run the ball. So the moment that Rashad Gary right here, once he sees Darnell Mooney coming across the field, he just takes a bet that they're running the ball and that worst case scenario, he needs to get inside Borum so he can try to chase down the backfield. And if it comes back the other way, he'll be right there. But most importantly, he just anticipates Borum coming out to block him, and cool. Gosh, like Gary didn't bite that at all. You got to remember that normal defensive posture here is, it looks like the entire Packers line does it. They must have all seen Mooney moving and all thought that the play was going this way to Mooney one way or another. Like, because the entire Packers defensive line comes off the ball and gets on the inside of the blocks, but Rashad Gary does it so emphatically that Herbert just never has a chance. And here the Bears are in another second, or now it's 3rd and 12, and there is no play in this Bears offense out of 3rd and 12. So that was like the whole first half. We had a touchdown drive, but we had a bunch of unforced errors. And then we get another one. This is a sweet little play right here. They're going to have Equanimeous St. Brown come around and turn his jet sweeping motion into an arc block with Cole Kmet coming around on the arc block. Not only that, bang, bang, Either way, the Bears should have a really solid play on the way. So what happens? Well, Equanimeous St. Brown gets really confused on who he's supposed to block and blocks nobody. So instead of blocking 31, who he thinks maybe I'm supposed to block, Cole Kmet goes out and blocks 29, which is fine. Kmet does a decent job here. It just means that if ESB had blocked out 31, now you're talking about a potential really nice play with Dante Pettis holding a really good block. Instead, 31 runs Justin Fields out of bounds and a 6-yard gain. It's fine. Like, that's the funny part about this. When we talk about the Bears offense beating themselves, it's not because they traditionally beat themselves and all their plays were failures. It's because middling gains could have been explosive plays, but they kept kind of goofing up in one way or another. And then there's obviously, let me see here. Here's the back end view of it, and you can see it too. Like, ESB is just very confused on who he's supposed to block. He eyes up the first guy, and if that had happened, I think they go like this. And if ESB blocks him, then Kmet's going to come out there and seal him. It's hard to know, and I'm not about to tell you because I'm not in the room. What I can tell you is that they're not supposed to look like, that. And so there is a lot of this, like you're talking about, J2K, I'm with you. Like, I hate it too when they lose their mind. They're two guys to block and they block neither. But these are the moments that remind you, oh, wow, this isn't just a quarterback completely oafing up. The whole offense is making a lot of mistakes. Not everybody's on the same page, and they're against a good enough defense to just smoke them on account of it. And then we get the second sack. And the second sack is a real bummer because we're looking at a tight end pick play where I think it's St. Brown is going to set a pick for Cole Kmet. And Cole, I wish I was kidding, is laid out of his stance. So by the time that Fields looks over, he's nowhere near out of his break. And Borum's giving up pressure again. So Fields looks back at Mooney, who's not out of his break either. He's barely got him started. So maybe at this moment, with the clicker, Fields loads and throws an anticipatory throw. He needs to. Like, that's a play I want Fields to make. But Kmet has yet to begin breaking, and he is the read. And so Fields looks over, and almost as soon as that happens, like almost as soon as Mooney begins to break and he's on a linebacker, this is the throw. This is what Mac Jones would do. And Mac Jones isn't like the perfect standard of quarterbacking, but these are what I think Fields needs to learn is in this moment, okay, checking down to Mooney, good idea. Get rid of the ball. And but he doesn't. Rashad Gary cleans up the sack. Bummer. Now, I wish I was kidding about Cole Kmet being laid out of his stance, but let's take a look at this. So let's see the snap. I'm doing this in slow motion. Watch for how late 85 moves. It's silly, but it matters. Boom. There he goes. So everybody is here. The ball has reached Fields, and Kmet has yet to start, which on a timing play, like the one the Bears are trying to run, kind of needs your first receiver to get to his landmark, at least on time, right? So from there, Fields catches and loads, but Kmet's just nowhere close. And this is the moment, honestly, I think Fields just succumbs to panic because you've got your wide receiver one, he's breaking out, dump the ball over the top, but instead he kind of double clutches and goes down. Not good. Like, F for Fields, but it's not as if the offense, let me put it this way. I did not see in this game a quarterback who, outside of this play that I think everybody has paid attention to, outside of this one, he didn't make mistakes that everybody did everything right except for the quarterback. This was kind of his one where, believe it or not, I'm less frustrated at him not throwing to Equanimeous St. Brown than I am at him not throwing to Dante Pettis. Dante is open. Dante's open for a first down. It's third down. Throw the ball. Like, what are you waiting for in this setting? Like, you're looking, boom, break. Corner nowhere near. So what are we waiting on? Let's see. Can I get back to where we were? And yeah, Jordan, I totally agree. We all have mental farts. Like, This was Fields' moment. But you got to throw to Pettis here. Boom, broke him down. DB going backwards. Get rid of the football. Go. Like, I agree with you, Bob. It does look like Fields let go of him. But, Willie, you're right that 3 receivers are open. Oh, good chance that Fields is seeing this, or like Rasul Douglas right here. That's it. No, that's what's going on. Is just taking a look at it again. Pettis isn't open because Rasul is right in the neighborhood. Now, Rasul moves away. But you can clearly... I got the impression Fields was so worried about making a mistake in this game that, like Jordan just said, it's paralysis by analysis. I mean, Fields isn't getting a whole lot of throws. There is not the Brian Daboll vibe, if I can compliment Brian Daboll, of, hey, make mistakes, don't worry about it. Like, you'll get them back on the next one. If you throw a pick, go get another touchdown after the play. But in this case specifically, Fields then moves on, and as soon as he sees the mailbox, throw the ball. Like, people have said that this was not in Fields' wheelhouse. It is. Fields has an absolute howitzer. I understand Equanimeous St. Brown is 20 yards down the field, but if Fields laced a rope onto here, ESB can catch it without the safety by any means getting involved. And I know I'm going with slow-mo, but watch number 26 here. The safety stops his feet, too. Like, the safety's headed backwards, stops his feet, and then begins to break. Had Fields released the ball, he's gone. Like, Equanimeous St. Brown is in the end zone. This was a field flipping play that just didn't happen. And so that's something that obviously Fields needs to work on. I get it. He hits the check down, but I'm not really going to applaud hitting the check down after 4 seconds in this case, because there's just 2 other good options. And then taking a look from the tight angle, like, exactly, Joe. Like, we know Fields has the arm. So I think that Fields still could have sniped the ball on the inside. I see way too many receivers in the NFL that where on a curl route like this, Pettis could come out, and he comes out on the inside. So if Fields had thrown this ball to, say, I mean, not literally that far, that's a little too far, but if Fields had thrown the ball to there, Pettis can easily break on it, catch it, and start curling up field. Mark, this is like the 5th drive of the game, like the first drive of the second half. You don't have to play this thing by the book, and I've seen Fields make tougher throws. But Pettis comes open. This one's Fields' I think, biggest mistake. The sack, it's bad. Got to get the ball out. The second sack, very weird. Throw it to Mooney, yes, but I actually think there's less blame there than the first sack was. This one hurts. Like, this one, you got to make the play. This is leaving a play on the field. There were good plays. Like, it's not as if everything went badly. We have covered a lot of bad at this stage. But I wanted to make sure that in this section, I threw together some good ones. Like, here you're going to see a sweet little power play as I think it's Whitehair comes through on guard lead, where, just to cover exactly what's going on, you're going to see... This is back in the first quarter, by the way. You're going to see the fullback come across. He's going to seal Preston Smith. You're going to see everybody down block this way, except for Cody Whitehair, who's going to pull and become the fullback and flip in. Jay Sanders, remember, this is the first drive of the game. This is the touchdown drive. And so Whitehair comes around. Montgomery does a fabulous job of seeing there is no hole here. Better take it outside. And he just sprints out, sprints forward, boom, gets on in. Then on the goal line, there's not going to be an easier touchdown than this. This is a play that's going to become the Bears' goal line staple, for crying out loud. It's already one of Rodgers' goal line staples. But Montgomery holds this defensive back. Fields wins an easy foot race to the end zone, and boom, he's in. Like, this is sweet. This isn't exactly what to be excited about, but when you talk about like a true dual threat quarterback, these are fun. And I almost wish there was a way that we could, combine rushing touchdowns and passing touchdowns from the quarterback position, because it's because this is easy. This is as easy gets. I'm a little frustrated that from like a quarterback rating perspective, Fields doesn't get any credit for this. Not that I care that much about Fields' statistics, but these help your offense a lot. But unforced errors were still common. And so while at this point, if I'm remembering the script that I wrote for myself, this is where Montgomery starts to become Superman. He starts to just enter the gungeon. He starts to become something he should not. Like the Bears get some nice flow going in the run game, and by flow I mean like literally they wash everybody down. But Montgomery gets stuck here, rolls off the back of a defender, and just stiff arms a full-on defensive tackle, wiggles his way out of one, wiggles his way out of two, and still falls forward. Like this is Montgomery's like extension game. This was I've been so critical of 32. I have been so running backs don't matter. This was like the game that you say, holy moly, pay that man his money. This was one of the best plays of Fields' season so far, and it just looks so nice and so easy. It's a simple little thing. Honestly, I don't even know if Kmet and the receiver over here quite know what they're doing. They kind of just get out of the way. But Ryan Griffin's just going to run up the seam. Fields is going to pop, back of his drop, throw it, boom, easy. I mean, truly easy for an 18-yard strike. I don't even think that's his first read. Like, it looks as if his first read's Mooney. He gets kind of gun-shy because he sees the corner out there. So he flips back to his second. Okay, he's open. Quick decision. Back of the drop. Fires it. Bang. Yes. Kudos. Nice. It's not all bad, but this is one of his 3 passes that he had over 5 yards. So not good either. And then on a 3rd and 2 here, we're going to see probably the worst of the unforced errors that the Bears had, as this is the one where Whitehair and Mustipher kind of, they don't know who to snap it. And so they snap the ball. You're going to see the offensive line part like the Red Sea. Like, he's going to go there. Borum's going to go there. Leaves a defensive lineman to come right through. Fields doesn't even try handing it off. Montgomery tries to take the handoff, but that's not there. It's just a blown play. Like a complete blown play. I don't know whose fault it is, because Fields doesn't look like he's snapping for it, or he's calling for it. Fields here, like, Mustipher's looking back. Whitehair turns and taps him. And then Fields starts to audible, and Whitehair goes back, and it looks like he's literally talking to him right there. And then snap comes. Jenkins goes this way. Mustipher goes this way. Whitehair goes this way. Borum goes that way. I don't have any idea what was supposed to happen here. like truly, you could just about tell me it's a passing play, and I might believe you, because I don't know what Jones does either. Now that I'm watching it, like he almost fades back with the runner, and it's just all bad. Like, again, did Fields play poorly? Unmistakably, Fields played poorly. But is he the only one? No. They got Lambeau'd real bad. But so then I wanted to throw in some Montgomery highlights. These are some sweet runs. Like, this is just classic power toss. As you get the whole line flowing this way, you can see it. You know it's beautiful. Wide receivers coming out to make blocks. David Montgomery looking like David Montgomery. Kari Blasingame coming out here driving a defensive end out of the play. Like, this is honestly, like, I don't mean to be the 85 guy here, but this is like 85 style football. Montgomery literally carries an entire pile of Packers for 5 full yards starting there and just drags them. Looks like it was 6 yards. Like, this is where Montgomery's fever meter like hit, and he started just exploding. I mean, we're about to get to one of my favorite plays too, because then on 2nd and 20, so this was a sad one, by the way. I do have to talk about this. It popped up, so I have to talk about it. The Bears did try to get Fields involved again in the passing game, and you want to talk about second-guessing himself? This is going to be a very good film room, or at least it should, because in this case, so the Bears are going to run a bootleg. It is one of the simplest bootlegs that you could possibly expect, with Kmet coming over like that. No, he's not open. Darnell Mooney one-on-one down the field. And you know the worst part is? Fields should have just tucked and ran it. If I was going to talk about maximizing the play call, go. But instead, he, and there's nothing wrong with this, tries to give his number one wide receiver, who's had a total of 2 catches across the entire season so far, the opportunity to go win a one-on-one. Mooney just doesn't do it. And so at this point, still at this moment, if Fields took off, he might end up getting 5, 6, 7, 8 yards. I don't know. But by the time Fields loads, he's beat. Mooney just, I don't think Mooney quit on it. I do think that this is I honestly think this is a throwaway. Fields launches it. Maybe I'm being too high on Fields. If there is something that I would like Fields to do in these settings, maybe I'm crazy, but when you're losing, throw the ball over here. There is no one there. So if you really want to fool a defensive back, have the receiver shank inside, toss the ball there or something like that. Not quite. I mean, you got to actually lead him. But if you give him something to run to, I can't tell you how many times I've seen Golden Tate run that route where they go boom, boom, and then just cut on in. The ball floats over there, and now you've got a way for a beaten receiver to become unbeaten. That doesn't happen, though. So as much as I would... the real bummer, though, there is that in that moment, Fields did reset his feet. Fields did what I'm complaining about. And it might not work, Akusai. I mean, this isn't Fields' fault. I'm being hypercritical at this stage. Fields resets his feet on the play-action bootleg, gives Mooney his one-on-one, and nope. It's not there. This is another player that kind of had their moment and guffed their moment, to be specific. So then moving on, here's the tight angle of it. Word truth, there's a lot going on in this one. But so then David Montgomery just continues to be David Montgomery. Look at some of these cuts, for crying out loud. You want to talk, seriously, this is NBA Street Fever meter. Just shanks between 2 guys right here. Holy smokes. Just plants his feet and cuts almost a full 90-degree angle to get back inside the defense and then hits the gas again. It doesn't matter if his gas is a third year. Yeah, no kidding, Slim Jim. It's the worst. But this is sweet. And it helps that the run game looks way better than it ever did in the Nagy years. It's not just a bunch of outside zone and stuff like that. But you're saying, J2K, once Monty gets to the second level, he's just a beast. And then we get maybe my favorite run of the day. Oh no, we have to talk about this first. Even the play caller took his L's. What are you supposed to do about this third sack? Whose fault is it that Preston Smith stays on him and goes and hits Fields after the fact? And I know Fields has to be accountable for this guy. I know that if I was going to be super critical, you have to just throw the ball away in that moment. You need to. But Fields beat a super sack last week. He tried to do it again with a spin move right here and obviously misplanted his feet. But this one, seriously? He stayed? Are you kidding? I'll give him a pass. I'll even give Getsy a pass. Why is he supposed to just stand there? Fields hides the ball. This whole play is run pretty much like you're supposed to run it. Running back gets the ball, or at least fakes takes it, and then Fields gimmicks on out. I don't know how Smith picked it up. Smith may not have cared. CV. He did what he was, as I understand the way that Rodgers runs this play, he did exactly what he's supposed to do. The defensive end just sat on him. And bummer. It set up one of the greatest plays the Bears may have this season. Admittedly, David Montgomery decided, we ain't losing this game. And lines up on the next play and just does this, casual 1, 2, Olay, number 3, like beats way too much. Holy moly. I hear you censored, like that it's on Justin, but hard to like that it's because it's got to be on Justin. But I almost pin it on Getsy. Like Getsy called the play. Getsy runs the like Justin ran the play as expected, and he came back to a defensive lineman completely on top of him when there's no way you're coached to expect him right on top of you. I agree with Joe Delia here. We're just going to completely ignore that this was a 2nd and 20 and they called the run. Like, you want to talk about pseudo capitulation? It's this view that if you follow my Twitter at all, you've seen it on Twitter, you know what's coming. It's sick. It's really cool. And oh no, did I somehow not put the tight view in? Oh, what a bummer. Does it just skip? Oh, that's on me. You know what? I'm gonna fix it. I can do that. Here's some streaming magic. Nobody tell anybody. This was fully intended the whole time. Anyways. Yeah, I know, censored. We need the tight view because the tight view is like superhero stuff. They run guard lead again. Guard lead gets through. 97 almost owns. I think it's Mustafa. Nope, it's Whitehair. So Whitehair almost gets dominated. Bummer. Yeah, Kusai, it's just an unforced error on everybody at this point. But Montgomery, I mean, come on. You know what? I'm just going to play it in slow motion. This is so sick. Like, Montgomery hop steps straight over a tackle. Can't do it any cooler. Like, this is cinematic. Eats a tackle from a linebacker who hits him square on, and he just shucks him. And then jukes 26 out of his shoes. It's so cool. Like, when people talk about Montgomery being our best player, I get it. Because if nothing else, David Montgomery, when he's on his game, just has all of the style points you could ever ask for. I have unironically watched this run probably about 20 times because this run is fun. Like, this is so cool. Had Montgomery, the only thing that would have made it any cooler is if Montgomery, after beating him, put his head down and just truck sticked 26 and kept going. I mean, it was so cool. But so then after that, I can't remember if the Bears make another mistake. No, Herbert hits a big run. And this is what Herbert does well, because there's a hole, he cuts up the field, and he's off. Like, this one looks easy. Herbert makes running back look extremely easy when he's at his best, because he just runs through a hole. Like, in this case, you've got the whole offensive line flowing. They flow really, really well. 93 owns Mustafa, so that forces Herbert to arc back a little more than he wants to. But then he realizes that Patrick's got him sealed. They're sealing everybody else. There's a hole up in the middle. Just go. And he does. And Pringle hits 26. Mooney hits 31. Herbert cuts back up the field and just sends it. Thumbs up. Then they get to the end zone, and it's like not super pretty. Oh, I had to show this one. This one's weird. You want to talk about making a mistake, but then kind of getting lucky? I do not think that this is a zone read, or at least a friend of mine doesn't, because normally you don't have a sift block on a zone read. But in this case, it worked out because Fields freezes Preston Smith. Kmet comes through and just ices him. And then it's a foot race to the other side of the field. I don't know if Fields just saw something in this specific moment or whether he decided, screw it, it's 3rd and 5. I'm going to go get the first down myself. Hard to tell. The refs tried to take it away from him. They didn't. I was kind of stunned they didn't give it to him. In every other setting I've watched this, the referees always give the quarterback with the outstretched arm the first down and literally no more. But it's a funny play, if mostly because Kmet just like hits him almost like a blind shot. But it was a weird moment. And then we get to, this is 3rd and 6. So on the 3rd and 6, I wanted to point out that Fields does get the ball in his hands. They call a pass. And so it's a mirrored concept where you're going to have a dig right here and a corner route and a dig right here and a corner route. And generally, Ty goes to the side the running back is going to come out on, because at least then you can go 1, 2, 3 instead of going 1, 2 stuck, right? So Fields picks the side that's normal for this sort of thing. He just kind of, I don't want to say gets unlucky, but Dante Pettis comes like stupid wide open. Obviously, if you can tell by the freeze frame, the pocket's a mess. So another kind of L moment for the offensive line. But you want to talk about like the freeze frame moment? This is where when I was younger, probably 3 years ago, I go, Trubisky, hit the open guy. But it's not really how it works. Like, Fields is looking through his reads and he's covered. So Fields breaks out of the pocket and tries to do what he can with it. And honestly, what he can with it's pretty good. He almost beat 7 in a just direct foot race. When you look at the tight angle, it's not kind to Braxton Jones. Frankly, the whole game was pretty unkind to the offensive line as a unit when it came to pass blocking. I can almost understand why they didn't call more passes, because in this case, like, the Packers defensive line was just owning them. But this is Preston Smith's best rep of the game, and there we go. Braxton doesn't get a clean punch on him at all. Preston opens the gate immediately, and Fields senses it and passes on away. There is a Kusai. It's the Kmet drop, but I thought that showing a Kmet drop would just make us all super sad, and because we've just seen it too many times. Zai, I don't think Braxton was explicitly late on his get-off. I think Braxton just didn't get a punch on. Like, he kind of taps Smith on the helmet, but instead of getting a hand on his chest, I think he goes for a grab, but he basically goes for a grab too late. And so he doesn't get anything on Smith. Smith plants his field and opens the gate. And then Fields ends up in a foot race and truly makes the most out of a horrible play. Kyler Murray could have scored this. I wouldn't be surprised that, let's see. So, he is a little late. You're right. That's a good catch, Cy. Like, so in this case, and Slim Jim, unfortunately, yes. Thank you, AGM. But so Borum gets off just a little bit, or Braxton gets off just a little bit late. Preston beats him, but Fields turns it into, okay, so body mechanics are tough, but next time Fields does this, keep that leg open. Go for the dive, full stretch, and it's in. But because he lets that knee come down, it ends up inches, right? And I'm pretty sure I included the shotgun play because I would have felt like just a flat out bad analyst if I didn't include the shotgun play, but that's how it goes. The CV Murray was just crazy watching what happened there. But so, Censored, you asked about, like, do I have any explanation for the shotgun 4th and 1? I got to tell you that take an extra swig of the drink to say it. I do get it. Like, if you're going to go under center, you can't have the quarterback run. And we watch it here, and it looks idiotic, right? But when you watch when you watch the tight angle, Montgomery throws a heck of a block, and we have to get through a huge Green Bay celebration to get there. Like, the whole key of this play is that you just get 10 blockers on the field. You get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, whatever it is. I mean, you're actually going to get Patrick pulling. That's the weird part. Is the shotgun the problem? I don't know, but this might be, because once you get Patrick on the pull, you're trying a little bit too hard to get to get inches. And Kmet can't quite wash 90 down. So because of that, Lucas doesn't even get to his pull. And the only reason by the way, that this play even stands a chance is because Montgomery hits a huge block right there and just stands Preston Smith straight up. You want to talk about beast mode? Even on the plays where he didn't get the ball, Montgomery was huge. Look at this. Like, you're talking about a running back, nowhere near as big as Smith, and he makes him take a step back. Like, he stuns Smith outright, full on, like, rumbles him. And it's the only reason that Fields may have scored. Now, do I think Fields was in? Can I be honest? I don't really care. I have always thought it's kind of stupid that in the world of football, you just have to break the plane. Not that I need it to go full rugby, but I appreciate it when my touchdowns are in. I do think, Censor, if you made me decide that Fields is in, but I can understand exactly why they let the call on the field stand, and I think the call on the field was wrong. But while the call on the field was wrong, Fields' surge is late and it's hard to see. Remember, the referees are looking from here and here. It's tough. You cannot see Fields. There's no reason to believe that he surged forward like he did until you get to until you get to that right there, that little lean where it gets maybe, I'd even say probably, but you can't see the ball. You can't confirm it. I've seen too many of these. It's not a bad call. I don't think. It's just a tough one. Get the touchdown through normally, or run the same thing we normally do and have Fields roll out again and Monty go into the flat. But it's neat to see the I thought Jordan said it really well. Right neighborhood, wrong house. It's not that it is just the worst play call you've ever seen, even though the jump snap might have gone in, but it definitely wasn't good. And the Bears don't get in the end zone. So that's the whole. It ended up being an hour. This is a nice way to I'll probably clip that, and we'll talk defense another time. But I can tell you, okay, you know what? We'll talk a little bit of the defense stuff right here. Where's my media stuff? Because somehow I closed out of my defense stuff. Okay, so the main thing that I guess I would talk about, if I was going to talk about anything on defense, is that the Packers' run game was just awesome. I could show you clip upon clip upon clip upon clip upon clip of the Packers just running the ball and winning. Let's see. I can probably do it. Okay, this is not a bad one. This one's for the brand. So right here, I want you to watch how hard Kyler Gordon is about to bite on a play action fake. Remember that he is playing nickel cornerback, for crying out loud. We'll get there, Censored, but on the play action fake with 18 Randall Cobb kicking out, but Kyler completely gets suckered by a play action fake that had been beating him fundamentally all game, and then he is late to get over there. Obviously, Cobb cuts on in, but all the people that were saying holy moly, Kyler Gordon is so bad. There's a ton of examples of play action scenarios where not only does everybody bite like crazy, but they also, frankly, I'll show you a moment here where what is his name? Nick Morrow bails into coverage on a clear run. The Bears couldn't tell. They could not tell whether the Packers were going to run or pass on any given down. And as I talk about something that I want to point out, so Jordan mentions that in Indianapolis, how crazy is this? Oh, here's a bad Roquan play. I'm just going to let this one roll. You guys can see it. 58 right here. You want to talk about... So 58 is under a ton of scrutiny for perfectly good reasons, because now he wants to be a $100 million linebacker. And in the $100 million linebacker case, you got to be able to make a play where you're unblocked and Aaron Jones just beats you. Anyways, Jordan brought up that the Flus defense in Indy was really not susceptible to play action. And Jordan, here's the worst part about that. I believe that that's like talking about somebody's fever temperature instead of talking about the virus they're afflicted by. Here's just more. We'll talk about these later. I just wanted you to see that the Packers were just like running it on the Bears. In this case, Kyler Gordon actually bites down pretty well, but he fans on the tackle. Jones made a lot of people look like idiots. And this is another one of those examples where he just slips right by to more people, and continues to just make people idiots. But so, Jordan, I'm of the opinion that the whole, Eberflus coaches his linebackers not to respond to play action. Can I point something out? Okay, so I'm going to freeze frame it here. There is no way to coach this. You can't coach this. Is it a run or is it play action? Obviously, you know because you can see everybody else, but pretend you're a linebacker. Somehow, the PFF guys, who do a lot of good work, convinced people by looking at play action data that somehow you can just tell when there's play action and when there isn't. You can't. As a linebacker, the game moves too fast. It is as simple as in Indianapolis, DeForest Buckner and Grover Stewart were that guy. Each of them individually was him. And the defensive line that they had there was so trustworthy stopping the run that they just quashed the run game and let the linebackers show up a little bit late while still stuffing the run in general. In 2018, the Bears did the same exact thing. Like with Eddie Goldman and Akeem Hicks and Khalil Mack and Leonard Floyd, the linebackers, Danny Trevathan and Roquan Smith, did not have to bother participating in the run game if they just weren't feeling it that day. So this is exactly the opposite. Like right here, the Bears ended up in a scenario where even if they were in base defense, even if they had 8 guys in the box, they still couldn't stop the run. So anytime the Packers threw a play action fake, there was just nobody home. Like, there are some crazy examples in this game. I'll dig one up. Let's see. Well, first I want to get to the part where... Is it this one? Yes. Watch Morrow here. Morrow thinks it is play action. You can tell. He drops. He robots back. He's the play side linebacker, for crying out loud. Like, he turns around and realizes, oh, that wasn't play action. Dang. But, like, the Bears were confused. They were every which way. Morrow thinks that he finally got ahead of a play action rollout. Nope. All he does is leave Kyler Gordon one-on-one with a lineman, and the only reason it's not a huge gain is because Justin Jones, credit to him, ranges over and makes a huge tackle on A.J. Dillon that, like, I don't want to say, like, doesn't belong, but that isn't normal. This was a rough day for the defense, and it wasn't a rough day for anybody explicitly specific. Like, Angelo Blackson did his best in some of these cases, but they just weren't good. Like, I mean, the Bears' defensive line personnel is something that I know I sounded alarm bells about in the offseason. And this isn't my moment to button up my tie and say, I was right. It's more that where the Bears are going to struggle is that when teams can run the ball on them, the Matt Eberflus cover 2 that we know and love from Indianapolis becomes a Matt Eberflus cover 1. And even in that cover 1, the linebackers, everybody is going to end up biting on a lot of play action because they have to stop the run. That's a hold right there. And you need defensive linemen. You need juice on the DL, because the moment that you get that juice on the defensive line, your linebackers and your cover guys get that little bit better. Because let me find a play that this play is actually fairly early in the in whatever it is, the game. Let me see. There's a specific play action pass. Oh yeah, it's at 11:45. I get that the DL looks like they played all right, but Peter, the big problem that I know I'm seeing is that the Bears defensive line doesn't tend to blow any plays up. They cover their one gap and they leave the linebackers to, without a doubt, cover one gap. And that's not great. This defense in particular, Peter, nope, it's J2K that asked, this is a horse's problem. Like, you can't play Todd Bowles' cover one defense without dudes. And the Bears don't, like, they're not trying to play Todd Bowles' cover one defense, but they definitely need more dudes than what they have, especially with Roquan not being a dude. But so I wanted to point out this one because this is as easy as it gets. It's a 1st and 10, right? Let me see. It is this one, right? I think so. Yes. Look at this. Now, how does he get so open? How does he get so open? Right? The answer is right in front of your very eyes. It's because when they go to the handoff, everybody takes not 1, not 2, but 3 steps forward. Check this out. Seriously. Like, Kyler Gordon, the nickel, both linebackers. It's not their fault. Their defensive line's been getting owned. Go to the handoff. Pop, pop, pop. Sammy Watkins, so open, it's painful. Like, they didn't need Aaron Rodgers to just smoke the Bears. They were doing just fine. It's not on anybody, Omega. That's the worst part. Is I would actually pin the whole game on the defensive line, just because when you don't trust anybody, like probably Vildor. But I wouldn't be surprised if even Vildor thinks it's a play action. But even if he does, Vildor's playing cover 2. That's his zone. Like, if Gordon, or technically it's Gordon's fault, but they're in nickel. Look at this run hole. Look at this. If he does get the ball, Gordon can't be fading backwards. Like, I mean, it's like, oh no. This is where I ended up feeling really bad for Gordon in particular, is because the more I watched this defense's tape, the more I was like, good Lord, what's the poor kid supposed to do? He's not that big. They're in nickel at this point. Like, catch you on the VOD, Reinhardt. The linebackers are flowing with Watson, who's coming over here. He's alone. And he has to bite down on it. Like, it's, and so the defensive line are getting washed out. Hey, we're talking about a guy signed for $5 million, a different guy signed by an old regime for $4 million, and Eddie Jackson basically makes more than the entire defensive line put together. And I like Eddie. That's not me hating on Eddie. That's me saying that a safety is getting paid more than the Bears' entire starting defensive line, and it's not as if they've got like a sweet draft pick in there that's keeping costs down. They're just cheap. You get what you pay for in this case. But Gordon just got completely, like, honestly, you could probably put Jalen Ramsey in this position, and there's not a ton that he could have done. There are moments, don't get me wrong, where Gordon gets rookied, for sure. Like, it's not that Gordon had a sneaky good game or something like that. It's that the Packers offense did so much right in the run game that the mid-level guys, the nickel corner, the linebackers, just kept getting hosed. And when they needed somebody to make a play, if I'm allowed to just go right at somebody that I think kind of deserves it, like, okay, so if the Bears were going in this moment to go through and they were going to point out the guys that they think are extremely good, right? Like your impact players. You're going to probably star Eddie Jackson. I sure know I am. You're going to star Robert Quinn, and you're going to star Roquan Smith. I don't actually know which one it is. I'm going to guess. I think it's him. But these are your 3 impacts, right? And Quinn was fine. Like, you can only do so much as an edge rusher. He had a sweet sack. Like, if you don't hold in coverage, you got to just kind of live with it at edge. There's a reason that Khalil Mack was so unproductive, especially in 2021. And Eddie did what he could. Honestly, yeah, I think Johnson's in the next tier for sure. Like, I'd even put a star on Johnson. I just remember in Madden, you only got 3 impact players, but I think Johnson deserves it for sure. Blind Squirrel, there was 1 blitz. They blitzed Gordon, believe it or not, on a nickel blitz, and this isn't that play, but they sent Gordon, and the run went the other way. Like, 1 blitz. But so Also, blitzing Aaron Rodgers is suicide. Blitzing Aaron Rodgers is like forfeiting on the spot. So there is that. But in this specific play, you're going to see a quick flip out, and it's Roquan Smith who cuts underneath of Lazard. So just to be clear, you've got your play side linebacker, your your star player at this point, and as soon as he sees a pop out, I am stunned. He continues to commit to this underneath. He completely erases himself. And that would be fine if he was Jack Sanborn. If he's a UDFA, I'm living with it. But he wants to get paid $20 million. He's the play side linebacker. In Matt Eberflus's Indianapolis Colts defense, this was Shaq Leonard. And Shaq Leonard would have annihilated Alan Lazard. Some of the plays that he made in the run game, Shaq Leonard specifically, he was something to be feared. Leonard, because of the interception numbers and because of baiting quarterbacks into dumb throws, was looked at as some kind of cover guy. He's a run thumper, and Roquan is not. He tries to slip underneath Lazard's block, and like I've seen almost every single time that he tries to slip underneath, he ends up completely taking himself away. Nick Morrow, who honestly has outplayed Roquan, as unbiased as I can be, Morrow has made some plays, even though he's missed others, but he tries. Him and Brisker turn the runner, and so Eddie's going to come over and he's going to try to tackle Aaron Jones in space. And I'm not about to say that this is Eddie Jackson's shining moment, but also, had he made this play, let's say Eddie had just full send dove and tripped Jones, it's still a gain at minimum to the 2. This is bad. You can't not have your play side weak linebacker, or your play side linebacker do this and effectively block himself, especially not if you're going to pay him a lot of money. I am not trying to turn into a Roquan Smith hater, even though if you've been following me for a little while, what do we got here? Thanks so much, Taylor. Great to have you along. Lazard doesn't block him. He kind of blocks himself, and then Jones runs on into the end zone. And I mean, the Packers were just dominant. On offense, there's nothing more dominant than getting ground down 200 yards the hard way. Running left, running right, toss out, up the middle. It kind of didn't matter. They just pounded him. What is 55 doing specifically? So 55 is Al-Qadim Muhammad, and he is, let's see, it's hard to know. Let's take a look here. He probably feels the guy trying to down block him and just tries to take a step inside to cut him off, because in most of these cases, if the tight end's going to do that and you see a puller, you want to see if you can follow him. And I'm not trying to be some massive AQM stan, but it's fine. I mean, this is where the defensive line isn't helping anything. Let's put it that way, right? The Bears are ending up in so many scenarios where the blockers get free and everybody has an assignment, and that's just not that's not quite how it's supposed to be. In theory, in this play, you know what? There's the only defensive lineman that I thought particularly stood out. I thought Travis Gibson looked like he cared. I mean, maybe that's the most corny middle school way to say it, but I got the impression that Gibson in particular wanted to win. And not all of that was standard. But because for instance, there's this play right here where I don't actually know why. Let's see. Yeah, I know it's not. I don't know why Gibson just takes off on this next play, but he does. There's no good reason that on a 2nd and 10, Gibson needs to just head uphill. So I don't know. This is where I wish that if I can just call some guys out, I wish we had beat reporters that could ask outrageously specific questions. because this play in particular, I am convinced that Gibson saw something. I don't know if it was in film. I don't know if he caught somebody's weight, but I think he thought that somebody was pulling on him. And if somebody was going to pull, he thought this might be a bootleg. I'm not sure. But immediately off the snap, you're going to see everybody else play the run but Gibson. So like run blocking. Gibson throws the tight end aside and bolts downhill. And because he does, boom, he's right in Aaron Rodgers' face. And Rodgers says to himself, "What are you doing here, bud?" And throws the ball away. And Gibson gets a hit down. I mean, Gibson alone had, if memory serves, 2 sacks and a quarterback hit. Like 3 QB hits total. He's kind of balling. Like, for a guy drafted in the 5th round especially, like, that's all you could ask for out of your rotational defensive end. And it's fun to see. I don't know what he what he thought, and I would kill for somebody to ask him because it's cool. and I want to know what he saw, because I've looked at the tape. I went through and watched for tells. Like, this is whatever he saw. He sure saw something, because he just stepped up, cleaned on through, and made a play. Also, if I can go to bat for Kyler Gordon a little bit, because there are some bad ones, and we'll talk about those. Let's see. Kyler Gordon on the play before is in outside corner, and pretty much whenever Gordon was in an outside corner position, he actually played quite well. Like, remember this? Look at it. It's exactly the kind of thing that we take a look at and we said, Jalen Johnson, you rule. It's a quick RPO break, but he stampers his feet. He follows Watkins. He gets a hand on the ball, disrupts the catch itself, and it ends up on the ground. There's also a sweet one earlier in the game. Let me find it. 6:45, winding it back a little bit. This is the cover 3 rep, and Gordon plays it like cover 3 technique, and it's sweet, where lets him go outside, and he almost gets beat. Honestly, like, this is one of those in the tape room that Gordon gets away with it because he's really nice and athletic. Had the throw been a little better, and it's a hard throw, then I don't think Gordon gets there. But the throw gives him a chance. He sticks that arm up and he knocks the ball away. And it looks really cool. And this is like, if there's a problem I would tell you Gordon has, come on, is what I'm about to say not the most understandable thing you could expect out of a kid in the NFL? He keeps thinking that he doesn't need to flip his hips and run. But he does. Whether it's Sammy Watkins, whether it's Alan Lazard, whether it's that guy from San Francisco, he keeps breaking a step late, like flipping his hips and committing about a step late, thinking he can just run with them, because that's what he did at Washington. He's learning very quickly that these guys in the NFL are fast, and it's a really wonderful recovery. Like, exactly, Jordan, he is cocky, and he needs to learn. He will learn. But it's an interesting watch here in his early NFL go, because he's getting owned in one-on-one coverage, but that's what you expect out of a rookie corner. I think he's been spicy in the run game, honestly. If we look a little bit further in the game, one thing that I want to point out, okay, so I don't want to give you guys something that when you watch it, you actually like feel a pit in your stomach, but every time an offense puts Gordon in bunch, he is getting murdered if they want to target him. Like, whenever you get 2 receivers stacked up on each other, Gordon ends up right here in a press position most of the time, and he ends up smoked. Like, look at this. Look at that. Eddie covers him. Kudos for. Like, the only reason that's not thrown is because Eddie Jackson sees it and gets himself into a position where that throw would be suicide. And you want to talk respect. When Aaron Rodgers says, oh, shoot, he'd beat me, and doesn't throw it, you get the tip off. in my opinion. Brisker does a nice job getting out and getting in the way of this play. Rodgers rolls over, has to throw the ball almost away, but like instead slips it to the running back. And honestly, Dylan makes a wild play on this. I cannot believe that Dylan caught this ball. I thought Morrow had him. It's a real bummer. I hear you, Jordan, but it's he does funnel the wide receiver to Jackson. I think I don't like any setting where the DB is almost completely out of the play. Like, this to me is the wide receiver running the route on his own. He might as well have funneled himself to Eddie Jackson. And I'd have been interested to see what happened had he run a slant, had he run a post, had he run something else. But if there is something that Kyler's, getting, I don't want to say schooled, but if there's a spot that he's learning, he's learning in the hard way that you need to be a little more physical if you're going to keep pace with these guys. Not because everything is press, but because if you don't disrupt the route of an NFL receiver, then who's 87? Romeo Doubs, 4th round pick Romeo Doubs, who, hey, not hating on Doubs, perfectly solid, is going to end up with 2 yards of separation on you. And that doesn't end a good way eventually. It helps when Eddie is right there over the top to cut that off. This is what he does. Like, you want to talk about the frustrating part about being an Eddie Jackson fan is that I know this kind of stuff's happening. I don't get to see it because the Bears are getting run on the entire game, and finally, the moment that Eddie Jackson gets to step into his zone and take something away, Rodgers rolls out anyways because the defensive line can't create any pressure and completes a pass to the running back over Morrow. Had a perfectly okay game, but it'll be a learning process. I thought Gordon got targeted a ton. I thought Brisker got danced on eventually. Let's see. How far are we into the stream? 202? Yeah, I'll cut it after a little bit of defensive analysis. Just a little bit. Because a nice round hour and 20 minutes, that could be a worse film session. I'll try to be faster next time, though. I actually feel like we are, for the first time in a long dadgum time, we are not just completely lollygagging. So if you like the stream so far, hit me with a like. If you have extra money in your pocket, it all helps go towards getting an editor so that I don't have to be the one to stay up late with a baby and also editing Lester Sack Watch and 10-minute drill and so on and so forth. Yeah, CV, we're not slowing down. I just want to be pacey because I could show you every single run the Bears had and go through and be like, wow, look at this, look at that, another stuff. But it's honestly, there's not very many football games that you really need to watch all 120 plays again. Mike, you're the best. Thank you so much. The man, absolutely. But so this was one of Kusai. If I feel better, if there's anything seriously that makes me feel better about this game, it's that the offense did a lot of shooting themselves in the foot, and that makes me feel like there's a lot of room to grow. I expected to watch this game and watch the Bears offense get dominated. And can I be honest? There were more plays where I thought the Bears offense beat the Packers defense than plays where I thought the Packers defense beat the Bears. The Bears beat themselves a lot more than the Packers defense beat them, which actually kind of refreshing. I mean, I guess that's almost the core of the Nagy era, maybe early on, but certainly made me feel better. Fields made his mistakes, no doubt. And I don't really care how much hate I got for saying this on Twitter. I do think that Fields in particular got plenty of chances to earn more throws. The Bears had 11 first downs, right? 11. Of that, 2 of them were passing. The other 9 were running. I get it. Running the ball on 2nd and 20 is kind of ridiculous, but the Bears weren't getting anything out of their passing game. And even worse, it's not oh wow, Getsy has no faith in his quarterback. Can I be raw? I don't think Getsy had any faith in his offensive line. None. Larry Borum danced. I'd just about pull him. Like, Larry Borum's probably going to look better against Houston. Larry Borum's probably going to look better against, like, others. But Braxton Jones, at the very least, has shown some positive plays. Larry Borum is getting smoked. Almost every relevant passing play, he got smoked. And that's not great, if you ask me. I don't know what to do with Borum. I mean, the problem with the offensive line that we have right now is that the Bears have one, like, legitimate pedigree offensive lineman, and he looks awesome. Like, I mean, the funny part about this is that it's like, hey, you look at the offensive line right now. Have you guys seen what I'm seeing? Like, you look at the Bears' offensive line and you see two guys that stand out: Lucas Patrick and Tevin Jenkins, but especially Tevin Jenkins. And you sit there, Rudy, you bet. You sit there staring at Tevin Jenkins, and you're like, wow, he looks better than most of the Bears' offensive linemen. Bigger, too. It's almost like he's the only one drafted on day 2 or better, for crying out loud. Like, it's bizarre. Just because Braxton Jones might be a steal, but how good can you be out of the 5th, 6th, 7th round? Why are there 2 of them, like, playing tackle? And I mean, I can't wait for Patrick to get in the game at center. I think that works really well. I honestly, Akusai, like, I hear you on Cody Whitehair, because you're right, but I think Cody Whitehair has just been so bland, and that's fine. Like, honestly, he hasn't been bad like he had been a bunch of games last year, but he hasn't done anything where you're like, dang, that rules. But so somebody asked earlier about let's watch some Jenkins tape. Yes. Early on in the game, especially. So the worst part is that the Bears got so little going on offense that we only have so much of it. This is the like goofy combo block again, but the play after that, Jenkins hits a nice little block. Honestly, even here, like, so high on Jenkins. Watch 76 right here. Like, This is what other teams have been doing to us, and I've been breaking down for actual years, and the Bears are finally getting it right. Like, punch, shift, move on. And Jordan, I hear you. Like, I know that you're, like, saying that this kills you to watch Jenkins at guard. It does not kill me. The more that I've watched the Bears, the more that I personally think that the tackle does what what Jones is going to do here. And I know he's a backside tackle, but work with me. Like, Cody is the backside guy. Cody's opening the backside hole. Jones is just going to stand there. Like, this is what Leno did forever. And so the fact that Jenkins is going to become Captain Run the Ball, that works for me because Jenkins is good at it. And I personally think that if there's anybody, this could be one of the most homer things I've ever said, outside of excluding quarterback talk, because who isn't positive on their quarterback? That's the hard part here. 76 is the Bears' best chance at an All-Pro. Maybe not this year, but next year, maybe the year after that. Like, this guy right here is the Bears, or like the guy that the Bears would be looking at to become one of those star players, right? Like, right there. That's what Jenkins could be. Now, is getting a Quentin Nelson a good thing? Yes. Does it fix your offense? It does not. But it helps, especially if you can get Patrick here, because Patrick's been assignment sound and really solid. Of course. Thank you so much, Sungyu. I hope I got that right. Like, you have no idea how much this helps. It is always awesome. Oh, man, Jordan, if Leatherwood can find it, like, you get Leatherwood right here to go along with Jenkins and Patrick. Hey, even Whitehair and Jones, like, I'll take it. And I agree with you, Censored. I think the guards are important here. Like, you got to have adequate pass blocking tackles, but Jenkins' strength was always going to be in the run game, and he just displaces dudes. Like, here, let's take a look at another play where Jenkins, in this specific case, he's going to go, so he only got so many reps in this setting, but like, he stands his guy up, he gets the hands off, and he keeps him off of anything. He's a nice wall right here. It's not like it's the greatest rep in the world, but we're talking about a guy who's making his second career start at guard, not counting the preseason. If we do count the preseason, it's like his fourth ever. He's been playing this maybe 4 weeks, 5 weeks, and he's just dunking on dudes. The raw talent rules. Would the O-line be better if Jenkins was moved to LT over Jones? I don't think so, if only because I think tackle's really hard. I think if you were going to replace Jones, you replace him with Reef. I think if you were going to replace anybody on this line right now, first it's Mustafa, but I mean, like, that's obviously in the cards. And then the problem is it's a development year for all sorts of people, but it's especially a development year for Justin Fields, where the Bears are really going to get a break. Like, you want to talk about, okay, so let me see who was asking this. Spirit Plains asks, would the offensive line be better if Jenkins was moved to left tackle? There is one move the Bears can make that will immediately make their offensive line better, and I've got good news. They have already confirmed that they're making it. It is taking Rashad Gary and downgrading his talent level, and taking Preston Smith and downgrading his talent level, and it's taking Kenny Clark and downgrading his talent level. Like, obviously I'm being a bit coy here, but the Texans, even the Giants, like, they've got some dudes, don't get me wrong, but you're not going to get another front like this until they play Dallas. Like, it's not that I'm not scared of plenty of the other guys. It's more that until they match up against Parsons and Lawrence and the other guys from Dallas, they just won't deal with these guys. Like, Rashad Gary must have had a 40% pass rush win rate, like over Larry Borum. It was absolutely stupid. And I hear you, Jordan. Like, there are singular guys to worry about, like Dexter Lawrence. And if Patrick doesn't come back, Mustafa is going to be in trouble. But at least it's not the boom, 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 also boom that we've been seeing from this Bears offensive line, and certainly saw in this game. Like, that's the thing, Jordan. Like, I applaud your scouting mentality. It's just not these established studs that we know are better. It's somebody who can and might beat you. It's somebody who's going to give you trouble. It's not a cupcake. Defensive linemen in the NFL are too good to be a cupcake, but it's not these guys. And that much, like, is what I'm going for. It's more to work with, which is ideal. And so the schedule is going to help the Bears out a little bit. Okay, so there is one thing to worry about. We're now very deep into this film review, and I have to actually say something that might sound a little bit strange. If there's a game, if I need to actually go look at the way that the Texans run their defense, but if there's a game where Fields is liable to overperform, it's next week, or at least it should be. The Bears are going to go up against Lovey. I mean, you got to remember, Lovey built his defense with Marinelli. And I'm going to try not to write marinara. And that's not how Marinelli spelled. And then Marinelli, Hot Rod, raised Flus. And so that means that Fields sees this defense, Flus, in practice every single week, and this guy is running next week's defense. So if there's anything that you would hope Fields is going to be able to see and say, I know this, you'd hope it's this week. Now, like I said, I haven't watched a lick of Texans tape. They may not be running the same thing at all. But if Lovey is running a defense, because like Jordan's saying, I mean, they got Derek Stingley. They've got Jalen Petrie. They've got players. It's not for lack of players. They're young. They're kind of similar to the Bears in that regard. But my expectation would be that the Bears are going to get a defense that they know better than they know plenty of. And that's really all I'm looking for here is if Fields was going to overperform a defense where he comes in and he suddenly looks decisive and everybody goes, whoa, Fields is playing with anticipation. What changed? It might be that he actually knows the defense. Like, he's really comfortable with the defensive scheme that they're going up against. I mean, the complicated part about being an NFL quarterback is that the guys that have been in this league for like 5 years, think like Patrick Mahomes, have seen a lot of different defenses a lot of times. So they can start playing that much faster. There's a reason that guys get better as they stay in the league. And so it'll be very, very interesting to watch what's going on in this, or like as Fields grows, because I do think that there's a ton of defenses that Fields just doesn't interact with right now. Like, he has not played them, and he certainly hasn't played them in this offense. He kind of started over. And so he went from Ohio State, where obviously everybody was awesome, like around him. I thought the offensive line at Ohio State was kind of meh. I remember when I watched the tape, but that's me being a hater. Chris Olave and Garrett Wilson were open all the time, which is not surprising. So it made things pretty easy. Then we move on. We take a look at like Fields in the Nagy offense. Obviously, it didn't look good. Fields in this offense. I mean, you see the flashes, sort of, but I don't disagree with something Reinhardt said in my YouTube comments where it's like Fields needs to have the that guy moment. To go off of something that Derek Reeves said earlier, Fields' worst games right now are way worse than Trubisky's worst games. Like 70 yards. Like 191 yards over 2 starts. Gotta get better. I mean, and that's not even including the sacks. The sacks bring the net passing total to under 100 yards, for crying out loud. I get that the Bears are almost 66% runs right now. I get that Fields isn't throwing the ball. That's a choice. Like, for some, there is reason to be concerned. It's not the reason to abandon. It's not a conclusion. But there's absolutely reason to be concerned with the way that the passing game is operating right now, because it just looks awful. And I'm hoping that overmatched fronts are a part of it. I mean, going all the way back to week 1 in San Francisco, there was that play that opened up where... Stupid. To use like just a dumb picture example, where we had Montgomery out, we had like a nice long route, and it was just dagger to the sideline, and the dagger was open, and there was no time because Whitehair's guy just whooped him, and Fields didn't get rid of the ball. Like, it's I don't know, censored. That's the complicated part here. Is it's like, is Getsy just not opening the offense up because he doesn't want Fields to get his head taken off? I don't know. But to Chris C's point, he's not. Chris, the worst part is that Fields isn't throwing anything fast. Nothing. So while other quarterbacks, so think about it this way, other quarterbacks' passing charts look like one point, I'm going to round because I do not want to type decimals. 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 2 seconds, 2 seconds, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 1 second, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 1 second, 6 seconds, 1 second, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, like, I don't know, 5 seconds, 1 second, 3 second, 1 second, 3 second, 2 second, 2 second, 3 second. And then they average together, they get like, I don't know, 2.8 or something like that. In this case, Fields has this issue where none of these exist. Like, or at the very least, none of the twos exist. None of the 3-step drop, like pop, 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 rip. We're just not seeing any of that. And so, like, because Fields basically doesn't have a quick game at all, it feels like every time he drops back in the pocket, for the love of God, the play is just so long in the tooth. And other quarterbacks just take the snap and throw it. And we see it every Sunday. Like, is it the offense? Is it shielding? I don't know. All I know is that he played a monsoon game where I swear he couldn't grip the football, and then he played this game and he threw it less. So there's an element of you tell me when it comes to Justin Fields right now. And if there's any positivity. All right, so I'm about to be positive by being negative, right? If there is something to be positive about, it is that it's that I don't expect Poles to hang on to Fields longer than he deserves. That's it. Like, Fields is going to get the entire rest of the season. I think he'll be fine. Like, I think that Fields is way too talented, and if the Bears fail to develop Fields, I think that's more of an indictment on the Bears. Can I be honest? That's at least how I see it right now. Fields is very, very, very talented, and when he looks good, he looks good. I mean, the worst part that I know I felt about Mitch Trubisky, if I can call a guy out, is that when Mitch got the read right, he would get the throw wrong in many cases. And so unless you made things as easy as it could be for a quarterback, he ultimately had a hard ceiling that felt like you were always pressing up against, because if you needed a 15-yard out to win the game, you didn't feel confident in it. But Fields right now, just to make sure we're clear, Fields' ceiling is like way up here, and Fields' floor is below this. Like, whoa, bad. I mean, Fields right now is like barely qualifying as an NFL quarterback. He's not throwing the ball. I mean, Rahul, you joined at a weird time. I think it was kind of all the above, especially offensive line issues. Like I've personally felt like the offensive line kept rearing its ugly head on every major passing down that the Bears had. Like that was the biggest problem that I know I saw, is that on major passing downs, somebody got home for pressure. And, of course, Rahul. And so because Fields kept getting put under pressure, Fields kept having to like make an afterplay. I don't know. Let's think about it this way. Okay, so you've got your play, you've got your afterplay. So like play. This is the Alex Smith zone. You've got your afterplay. This is like stepping up in the pocket. This is like second and third read. This is like third through fifth read, honestly. This is where, if I was going to pick on a quarterback, I think Rodgers is really good at it. And then you've got, I'm just going to write street. Because then, or after that, you hit the point where you're in the Mahomes, Herbert zone. And right now, this is where JF1's at his best, and the Bears almost never get the playoff. Like, never. So in this game, in the 49ers game, they never got the playoff, right? He is awful in the afterplay. Like, if I could just call a guy out, Fields right now, if he gets moved off his spot, sucks and needs to get better. It's a thinking problem. It is entirely between the ears. Like, it right now, if he has to step up in the pocket, he goes into bail mode, and his instincts aren't phenomenal, because in street ball, like, he gets a line. We have seen some cool things almost happen in street ball. We've seen the Dante Pettis touchdown, which was really rad, and that was like controlled street ball. We've seen some sweet pocket escapes. We saw like the Kmet spin and throw from last year, but right now the play, which this is where I'm expecting the Houston game to help a little bit. The play should be better. When Justin Fields 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rip the ball. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rip the ball. Like, that's where I'm expecting better, and suddenly everybody will go, Luke Getsy did it, or something like that. Yeah, backyard football totally works. But so the afterplay is where he's got to get better. Like, if there's a bad habit Fields has, and you can see it all over the place, he does not traditionally step up in the pocket ever. I mean, the play that we went over a little while ago was the ideal play to talk about this, where I don't want to talk about defense, and thankfully we don't have to. So we already talked about this in the earlier part, but the illegal forward pass is a great example of a play where, so if Fields has a bad habit right now, it's hitching. Let's see. Do I think the sight adjusts are too much for Fields? So I think, Rahul, that if there's I don't blame you, Gina, but so I think that if there's something that Fields has that's getting wrong right now, it's that, okay, envision if I put any of you guys, right, in Justin Fields' body and asked you to start next week, you would hesitate a lot because there's a lot of stuff that, no kidding, MJ, right? Like, this NFL Street 2 was awesome. But so, if Fields has something that's, like, struggling at this point, it's that he's hesitating. And as Ishin, oh my gosh, what is his name? Boston Sekiro. It is, I'm just going to look it up. Sekiro. That didn't work. Yeah, so as Ishin the Sword Saint tells us, hesitation is defeat. So when Fields hesitates on a lot of this stuff, he is missing reads. And it's not that I have anything here that's open. But this is the afterplay. So you've got a bunch of stuff that's in process, but you have a massive open hole and something to step into. Technically, the pocket integrity, check mark. Like, it's actually fine. It's a messy pocket, but it's not broken. You are not out of this yet. So from there, he goes straight to street. Like, there is no step up. There is hold the ball with one hand and run. And this is where I want to see him improve. This is very specifically where Fields can get a lot better, is if he can stride forward and hold the ball in both hands and continue to be that quarterback, even if it means he's not going to use his legs for a little bit. That's okay. Like, that's improvement. This is where I want development to be, is that right now Fields does this fun thing where so Rahul, if it helps, this specific clicker shot, he draws the attention of like 3 defenders that all think he's running, and they are correct. Like, with the speed that he's moving, it is clearly impossible for him to stop, as evidenced by the illegal forward pass. But it looks worse than it is. In this case right here, again, had he stepped forward and stopped, even if he had sprinted forward and stopped, he would have been able to victimize a whole bunch of dudes, namely these two right here, where I don't think there's any way that he flips his hips and makes a play on the ball, especially since he's running forward. Brandon, he didn't have like horrible pocket awareness at OSU, but it wasn't good either. Like, he didn't often step past somebody and then make a throw. That's been kind of new, and it does need to be faster. And Rahul, we saw what it looks like when he's comfortable. Better is the answer. But I think that there's a lot of this stuff that honestly, Fields just visually looks crazy young when I'm watching him. Like, when I see Fields, I see somebody who looks like he's doing all of this for the first time, right? Let's see. Honestly, Joe, I don't disagree, but I think the word fixed changes. He's got to go from stupid volumetric benchmark, but you guys are going to get what I mean. He's going to need to go from 70 yards per game to, like, what do you guys think? Because I think more than likely it's got to be in the 190 yards per game. We're talking for the Bears to be in the quarterback market, right? We're talking for the Bears to take somebody on their rookie contract and just quit on them, you know? Like, I think you got to get to at least around 190 in this case for the Bears to keep the faith, because that's good development. And like you're saying, Zai, like the coaches do need to give him more reps, but I also tend to think, I get the impression that Fields is a perfectionist, which can be a problem when you let the perfectionism kind of run your life. Like in this case, Fields is it's not that he's committing some cardinal sin. It's that Fields at this stage of his career, in my opinion, is wanting to get it right so badly that he's being led by not getting it wrong, right? And exactly, Alex. But I think that there's a real path where Fields gets better. The hardest part about watching Mitch for a while was that, yeah, exactly, thinking fast and slow. Like the hardest part for me watching Mitch, just to make it clear what the difference is between what I am seeing between Mitch and Fields, was that when Mitch got to the point where he did all the things right, oh man, he read it pre-snap. He called in, or he checked into the right call. The protection held up. He hit his drop spot. Oh, there's somebody open. I didn't trust him to hit the throw. And to me, if you can't hit the throw, then none of the rest of it matters. What Fields has going for him are stuff like what we've seen. Let me see. Like what Fields has going for him is that in a world where Fields figures it out, where the light bulb comes on, where he's playing pretty quick. Let's see. And you're totally right, Derek. Like, I remember Mitch had 209 yards, and it didn't feel good. So yards per game may not be a great barometer here. But stuff like this is really legitimately helpful. Are we getting to the breakdown? Oh, Bioko, if it helps, we've already done a bunch of breakdowns. Like we've covered, I don't want to say like most of the offense, but stuff like this is awesome. This is a legitimate, like your quarterback is a better athlete than the defense has athletes from a linebacker position. And that's huge. And like there's tons of stuff that I think he's doing, or not that I think he's doing, that he brings to the table from a quarterback position that makes the offense better, or at least it could if he was doing most of the other stuff that the quarterback needs to do. The problem is exactly like you're saying, Derek. I mean, Fields needs to be playing his role in the Bears system. That's what he's got to do. He's got to help the offense hum. And in this game in particular, when Fields had his chances, he did not bail. Okay, so first sack is another one to go back to. Let me make sure I remember where it is. I would argue on this sack that it's not that Fields does a horrible, it's not that Fields does a horrible job. He gets pressured. The pressure is fair. It's that he doesn't help his team more than he hurts his team. He holds on to the ball. I don't know if he was still thinking about trying to get the ball to Darnell Mooney or not. Hard to know. And once he finally starts to go to Montgomery, he's too slow to get there. He's got to get there. Like, it's a mistake that technically is somebody else's mistake, but Fields is allowing these mistakes to compound. I don't want, at the end of the year, to actually try to make the case, because I won't be able to do it with a straight face, that Fields is super good if everybody does their job. Like, that won't fly. That's Jared Goff. Like, that's a faster Jared Goff at that point. And hey, Goff's kind of getting there. Years of experience in the NFL has done Goff some good. Like, it's not that he's great. It's that he's a lot better than he was when he was younger and getting smushed by anybody with a good defense. But I don't think the Bears have that long to wait. By the end of Fields' rookie contract, he needs to be looking like a franchise quarterback. Somebody asked earlier about more Jenkins running the ball stuff. Let's do it. So after this play, I don't think this is the fleet. No, this is the drop. Yeah, Goff's team's balling censored. You want to talk about getting people weapons? So that's another thing that I don't think helps, is that people act like somehow Fields and the Bears need to transcend weaponry. And I don't think that that's really quite true. But what is true is that these receivers that are just exploding, whether it's Devontae Smith or Tyreek Hill was just amazing, and Jalen Waddle was just amazing. Like, that helps your quarterback a lot. And if you go back and you watch that play where Tua steps up in the pocket, manages the pocket well, starts to run out, and throws a snipe to Jalen Waddle on an in-breaking route for a touchdown, I think that's the kind of stuff that just raw, unadulterated confidence in your guys gets you. And that comes with having weaponry. It's sweet. It's something that, honestly, the Bears could do a lot more of. At this point, I don't know if Fields trusts the guys around him. I am just not about to pretend like that's those guys' fault in 100% of the way. Like, let's see. I agree. I completely agree, Derek. Like, Fields needs to look like he's a franchise quarterback if all the free cap is going to be spent on the best possible players, or the rebuild might end up like delayed a year, for crying out loud. What do I think, Joe, about moving Jenkins back to tackle? I think he looks like the best lineman on the team at guard. Check this play out. This is Jenkins just riding number 90. So 90 is going on this toss to try to penetrate the backfield. But Jenkins is not only going to hold him off, he's going to hold him off against like human leverage and, catch a little bit of a hold. But we don't need to talk about that little bit of a hold. It's a good block all the same. And with his strength, he's able to keep that lineman from getting involved in the play. These kinds of arc blocks are tough, especially when you know that the pitch guy, this is the pitch man, and you've got to keep him off. But it's a sweet block all the same that mostly comes because Jenkins doesn't have to. The real magic here is that Jenkins' hands are strong enough that he can keep his body upright and he can hold his man's body upright, so that because if his man was able to wrench his shoulders out, you draw the call. If his man fell to the ground, you draw the call. There are ways to get this call, but what the Packers have done so well for years is if you hold somebody in a normal looking upright position, it doesn't matter how much jersey or inside of the like shoulder pads you grab. If they the Bears have been doing or have had the caps of their shoulder pads held for forever, but if you're upright and going around the edge normally, you never get that call. And so seeing Jenkins have the strength to pull this off, that's a plus for me. Like, there's a reason that so many of these first couple quarter runs hit on the right side in particular. And it's because the Bears, hey, give Jenkins some credit here. The Bears felt really confident running behind him. Let's see. Yeah, no kidding, Alex. It's like he jumped him. It's like he jumped right in. Credit to Borum too. Like, these blocking assignments are something that the Bears haven't done a whole lot of, like between the Nagy era, where I swear we truly ran one play over and over. You're going to see Borum come out. You're going to see Mustafa arc out. You're going to see a lot of these arcing out blocks as they try to get people in space. And yet again, you're going to see a whole bunch of players that seemingly all have the same idea, like 1, 2, 3, with another guy out here. If you wanted to call that a simple mistake, you can. But these are the ways that, okay, so I hate to put us back to the defensive tape because the defensive tape is hard to watch. But there's a point to be made, and we can make it. Let's see. I need to find one of these. Okay, so I need everybody to just take a deep breath and watch the way that, or take a deep breath and know that it's going to hurt, right? But so watch how wonderfully the Packers their linemen, their receivers, their tight ends, their fullbacks. Watch how well they block. They do not put themselves, not near as often as the Bears do, in situations where they've everybody didn't block somebody, right? And at the very least, everybody tried to block somebody individual. You don't have any of these 3-on-2s. You have 1-on-1s all across the field. I mean, everybody on this Packers offense looks awesome. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down the field. I'm sure another person's going to come screaming through on Roquan. Not screaming, but there you go. Roquan not quite getting him. And then Eddie Jackson has to come through. You have to rally tackle like crazy against the Packers, and even when you think you rally tackle, they still set up a 1-on-1 with a blocker out in front. The way that they've gotten everybody within this Packers offense so on the same page within the oiled machine that they thanks so much, Alex. That's so kind of you. That's super helpful too. Watching this Packers offense is a nice reminder of where things could get. Goodness gracious, watch this stuff, for crying out loud. Thank you, Alex. Seriously, what a guy. You watch the way this offense operates, and it's okay, they chipped him. They pulled 2 guards. So they get 1 guard there. They chipped him and moved on to here. The tight end is hitting a combo block, for crying out loud. 1 lineman's pinching down. They've got another lineman jumping to the second level to go get Morrow. Another, the second lineman that's coming around is hitting him. So even though the defensive end pushes up a little further than they're comfortable with, you've got man on man on man on man on man and somebody looking for work. Holy moly. This is where the Bears' run game could get. And hey, kudos to Morrow. You want to talk about how much I've been complaining about how Roquan Smith hasn't been facing guys up? Roquan kind of gets not quite taken out of the play. Roquan actually does get involved here, but Morrow faces up a linebacker and beats the block. Nice. Roquan, not every play, it's easy when somebody's struggling to be oh, they were bad again. Not every single play that Roquan made was horrible. In this one, he does knife right around the tight end, but then all of a sudden, within this Packers run game, they're hitting you. As you can see, take a look at the timeline here. We're pretty deep into the game. And then they get you with one of these where Aaron Jones just reminds you, I'm that dude. I'll let you watch it and then we'll cover it. Goodness gracious. Right? Watch it on the tight angle. It's worse. This is the one that I tweeted about and said, this looks like a New York Life commercial, if anybody remembers that from, the mid-'70s. He's about to put half the Bears' defense on skates. The speed turn there just puts him on skates, Jalen on skates, Brisker on skates, and then it's a foot race, and Jones is already ripped straight through. Gracious. I mean, watching the way that they set everything up is awesome. So many of these runs end up hitting because the Packers are so good about basically misdirecting offensive linemen. I think the number one thing that the Bears didn't do last year that the Packers do really well is that there's no time where anybody I'm circling has any idea where their blocker's coming from. Right here, the front 6, who admittedly is really far back on this run. Rev got put on skates as well. But they do such a good job of, let's just take Blackson. So Blackson's lineman could come from here. Or it could be a puller. Or it could be a wide receiver coming in to cut him off with these 2 guys pulling out on an arc block. Or it could be this, the tackle stepping over with this tight end coming across on a sift block. There were times where the Bears would play somebody else, and the Bears, because they just pretty much ran outside zone all the time, were very easy to read. But for any of these Bears defenders, they just got no idea where their assignment's coming from, and they'll react as best they can, and then they get lit up from somewhere they never saw coming. And honestly, Jay Sanders, if I could back the guy up, this play is so hard for Brisker. I would love for Brisker to make the play too, but Aaron Jones spent the whole game look at this. He's going straight this way which is exactly why Gordon is biting down this way, right? And then suddenly he's not. Now he's going that way. He's able at full speed to just hard turn right. And it's only in the wide world of geometry. It's probably only like a 60-degree turn going from this way to this way. So it's like, it is very hard, but the really complicated part is how quickly he's doing it. And so then he goes to here, and Brisker's lining him up for here. And then now he's not. Now he goes from there to there. Just about like, not quite that hard, but another 60-degree cut. And he's going so fast that, like, what's the poor guy supposed to do? And good on Eddie and Roquan for chasing him down and putting him away. But the scariest part about the Packers offense is that it's really well set up. Everybody's seeped in this system. They've been in this system for years, right? They get it. Nobody's making dumb mistakes anymore. Like, if anything, one thing that I want to see is how much better does the Bears offense get? This is like the one bad play they make besides like the dumb fumbles. But like, the Bears offense should get a lot better between now and week 10. Like, they're just gonna get more practice. They're gonna rep it more. They gotta rep it a ton during the week. Like, there's a ton of this kind of thing that, as I know I'm watching this team, if this is the ideal of what the offense looks like, I could glow and glow and glow about the Packers offense because it is just so well put together. It's hard not to. It is a beautiful, beautiful offense that shows you plays on plays on plays. And then they went out and they did something stupid. They spent a second-round pick on A.J. Dillon, and hot dang it, they have made it work. Like, A.J. Dillon taking this handoff as a spell running back is hammering the Bears defense, and they just don't have like the bodies left to necessarily contest it. And is that Morrow or is that Quan? Like, you can see Roquan attempting to try to stick his nose in it. Like, he's getting the what's the word? Like, Roquan is getting the like feedback that he can't just backdoor everything. But 74 is going to take him for a straight up ride all the way out of the play. Like, I think that's the trouble here, is that you could almost make the argument that Roquan is a big safety, more so than he's a linebacker, just based on the fact that he's not doing a great job of backing the line. He gets ridden all the way out of this. All the way out of this. And hey, solid tackle, Brisker, because as a big fan of defensive backs, literally anything that brings the running back down. Like, just take a look at this, right? This is always what I know I look at, is that it's like, the running back has, let me get one where he's not quite all of it. So running back has his feet under him. He can go here, he can go here, he can run you right over, he can attack on the outside. You, the tackler, are alone. You have to somehow bring him down, right? Like, this is where I look at defensive backs, and I don't think it's talked about enough how hard it is to line these tackles up and make the tackle. Because there are some people that would look at this and say, well, if Brisker makes a better tackle, it's not a first down. If Brisker makes a worse tackle, it's a touchdown. Like, you got to do whatever you can. Your goal as a defense is to not let your safety be the guy making the tackle. Like, just don't have Brisker do it. Make the play earlier than that, and then we can complain about the tackles. If there is a play in particular censored, this one's bad. Okay. While we're talking breakdown, while we're talking sad things, well, first let's watch the fumble. Everybody loves a good old-fashioned screw up, right? And so I think it's this one right here. Yeah, no kidding. Exactly, CV. I think this is the bad mesh point. Gotta love a fumble. Even better that D-Rob recovers it, right? Like, seriously, watch this drive. I'm glowing about the Packers offense. The only reason it's not in the end zone is because of this. We still lost by 17. Like, they gave us 2 of these. We recovered one of them, but the other one still killed the drive. This was not good. Like, the Bears are lucky that it rained hard enough that this didn't happen twice, because I think the San Francisco game could have been every bit as painful. Like, did we see what San Francisco did to Seattle? Do we think we're that much better than Seattle? That, like, we wouldn't have also gotten just run through? Jimmy did his usual, I'm going to completely screw up 1 out of 3 plays, completely screw it up, and they still just whooped the Seahawks. Like, the rain definitely helped. And now the Bears start to hit a not easy street, but they're going to go up against a talent level much more comparable to theirs, which, thank goodness. What did Josh Latimer say? Let me see. Cool Guy, I think it was, Cool God, asked me earlier, do I think that Roquan moving to Mike linebacker would be better for him? That's a really good question. I think the trouble is that Roquan right now, so let's put it this way. If we were going to tip a scale, right? Here's your run, and here's your pass, right? Ideally, you want your linebacker to be good at both. Right now, Roquan, in the old system, was still like that, you know? Right now, I can't tell if it's a camp thing, but it's rough. And Joe, you can't bench him. If you bench Roquan Smith, he's gonna make a mess. Like, I mean, we'll see, maybe, but it's nasty out there. So you can't do that. Do I think that Roquan's time in Chicago is done? We don't need to be that dramatic. I do think that if the Bears wanted to go fire sale and somebody came in and said, yeah, no, I get you, Joe. If somebody came in and offered the Bears a day 2 pick for Roquan right now, I think they'd think about it. And maybe somebody will. Like, it won't surprise me at this rate if Roquan puts out some vague social media post about being unhappy. Like, it's tough. Like, the problem, Stop, is that I'm not convinced Roquan's keeping his value. He needs somebody from the Fangio system to come in and say, like, I want that guy. And you're right, J2K. Like, it is the second game in a new scheme. The problem is that this specific position needs to be a hitter. Like, it's somebody who's got to make plays in the running game. Let me see. If you're benching him, you're looking to trade him. Agreed, Derek. The problem is that this linebacking spot isn't necessarily like a coverage specialist spot. And hey, right now, Roquan doesn't quite look in shape. Just to call a spade, even when he's covering, he doesn't look particularly strong in coverage. But he doesn't get many chances to cover. And then these happen. Like, I'm sure we all remember this one, which is a bummer, but A.J. Dillon absolutely smokes Roquan Smith. Like, it's not that this is an easy play. It's that you're hoping that this, which is like basically a linebacker's like version of the Oklahoma drill, right? Like, you, blocker to beat, ball carrier, lot of sideline space. You're hoping that the guy you drafted at 8th overall doesn't just get like blown out of the play. Like, it's hard when you want to pay somebody $20 million. Like, and I agree, Joe. The hardest part about this is that Roquan was never supposed to get blocked. Like, Roquan, when he was on or in the Fangio defense, was literally supposed to be the untouched sideline to sideline guy. And he had an amazing game in 2020 against the New Orleans Saints. Like, that was the game, if you remember, where he was tracking Kamara sideline to sideline, and it looked sweet. In this, he's really struggling with blocking angles because he doesn't stack and shed. And in particular here, I don't know what he should have done, except for like be better. I mean, I wish I could give you something that's like, yes. No, J2K, that's the complicated part, is that in this defense, the Mike is the one dropping into coverage. Like, when the Bears play Tampa 2 defense, Morrow drops. Roquan covers the back, like, in these settings. So, it's always been weird. When Eberflus came out and was like, this is my guy, I was like, according to what, Matt? Like, I don't know. Maybe he didn't necessarily believe it. I wouldn't be surprised, MJ Baggett. Like, there's a lot here that you look at, and it's like, he just gets smoked. Brisker's not going to bring him down. He gets into the end zone. It looks awfully easy. Let's see. Like, there's so many of these plays that that I could show you. Let's go 2156. We're like, we can just let this run, and you're going to keep seeing it. You're going to see, you've watched over half the defensive snaps now, and to me, these are the ugly ones. We're like, look at that blocking, for crying out loud. Watch this. Watch how nice this looks. Man, I can't be more jealous. Like, let's get to the snap so that we get to the good stuff. Everybody flowing, everybody getting somebody. We've got a double block here that's going to then pop up and seal Roquan, which, like, who doesn't love a good combo block? You've got Quinn probably being held a little bit, but hey, they're getting away with it, and if you ain't cheating, I guess you ain't trying. I don't know. It always gets rough. But you've got a wide receiver handling Morrow. You've got linemen pushing everybody else out of the play. You've got Jones. His first guy that he's taking on is it's Brisker, the safety. Like, there's so much to like about this. Let me see. Let's see. Should Roquan beat this block with speed? Oh gosh, I didn't even think about Roquan. So the problem that I have seen is that Roquan in particular is really struggling against linemen. Like, at least Morrow, just to give an example. So Morrow's up against a tight end, right? And what Morrow's going to do is he's going to plant his feet. And even though the tight end has had a running start, Morrow's just going to gum the run up. Like, because of this, he's creating a wall. It is what it looks like in the literal perspective. Like, you as a defender, when the run is flowing this way, have to do what you can to slowly turn it up, right? Because when you turn it up, somebody tackles him eventually. Like, the reason that Morrow, Jay Sanders, you say that, but let me go back to the early part of the game. He did. I'm finding the play now. Oh, 38 seconds. I think it's this one. But so, like, here, Morrow's going to take an offensive lineman, and he's just going to jam his nose into it and end up making the play. Like, as much as you'd say you can't do that with an OL, you can. You just kind of have to play differently. Like, Morrow plays much more physically than Roquan does, which I didn't expect to be saying either. I kept hearing Morrow's a will guy, but he plants his feet, he pushes the lineman back, he creates a problem for the back, and it ends up being a 5-yard gain, not a victory, but not a defeat, right? Like, this is a push, and it's easy when you've been watching Danny Trevathan and Roquan Smith, who admittedly both play like Smith does, to where it looks like no linebacker is able to do this, but a lot of other linebackers are able to do this, and at the very least contest the hole. Like, I agree with you, Sean. I think the hardest part about this is that there are plays where I want Roquan to just clog the hole. He gets blocked so easily, it is as if you're taking somebody off. And if anybody out there watches hockey, you see what happens when the game goes from 5-on-5 to 4-on-4. Taking a body off of any sports arena creates so much space And what Morrow does pretty well is just clog the lane. Like, at the very least, jam your head in there, clog the lane. And if an offensive lineman, for crying out loud, is able, like, granted, it's not like the offensive lineman in this position has a ton of force behind him, but this is a good rep as far as comparing directly with what we've been watching Roquan do, undercutting everything, push, like, so on and so forth. And cool God, you're probably right. The issue is that Morrow's a perfectly fine Mike linebacker. Like, the problem that the Bears have is you might be able to play like Anthony Hitchens at will linebacker and get away with it. But I mean, you have Roquan Smith on your team. Like, you'd be crazy to not play Roquan Smith somewhere. I might switch the two, but if I can be honest with you, you want to talk about like putting a coach, putting their players in position to succeed. Like, you don't, can we all agree it would not be a great look if Flus put Roquan at will linebacker and he fit so badly they had to switch them mid-season because he never made sense there? Does that make sense? Like, it's not good if your coach has to say, man, I believed in you and you are just not getting it done here, bud. But it's tough. So at this point, Gordon gets left out on an island against Watkins. And there's some of these plays that, I mean, seriously, I just feel bad for the guy. Like, so if you watch this break very slowly, you'll see Jalen Johnson. So this is the difference between veterancy in the NFL and being rookie or like being young. It's naivete. Jalen opens his hips right here. He sees something coming. He knows. Like, at this point, he's going to open his hips and run, and he's not even going to get all the way there. But Gordon is still in his back pedal, and by the time he opens his hips, which, now that I'm looking at it, it kind of happens at the same time, doesn't it? Yeah, I'm making a point out of nothing. But Gordon was able to stay competitive on a lot of these reps, but like, goodness gracious, when you go up against Aaron Rodgers, you just get nothing for free. And he doesn't here. Sammy Watkins had a really solid game. I mean, credit to him. Let's see. And like J2K mentioned, yeah, it is only game 2 in a 4-3 for Roquan Smith. I mean, like, this is new to him. The problem that I have is, okay, so this is probably the most important thing, right? Robert Quinn playing out of position in a 3-4 is fine. At the end of the day, he's rushing the passer. And so whether he does it from a stand-up linebacker position or whether he does it with his hand in the dirt or whether he puts his hand in the dirt anyways when he's quote-unquote not supposed to, who cares? He's at the end of the line. He's going to rip around the edge. He's going to try to hit the quarterback. It's not that complicated. In will linebacker, he is playing a completely different position. Like, Roquan when he was in Georgia, he played in a 3-4. And if it wasn't a 3-4, it might as well have been, because the guys that Georgia has up front are insane and have been for straight up years. Like, you want to talk about how, like, these Bears guys can't quite take on a double block. These guys, like, Georgia's defensive linemen could take on a triple block and win at their best. Like, the Georgia defensive linemen keep those linebackers as clean gets. Like, it's different there. And that's why Fangio drafted Roquan to be the, like, missing piece, if you will, of an incredible 2018 Bears defense. It worked until they lost some of their secondary pieces. That's how it goes. Defenses are hard to keep together, right? But in this is a different position. Like, it's not the Fangio linebacker. It's not at all. It's a different spot. And so the question becomes, in a 4-3, can he ever get to the same level for the system he was handpicked to play in, right? And that's an honest question that I have, that I'm not leading the witness. You make your own determination, because I don't know. Like, if he was built to be in a system where he was never touched, he was a sideline-to-sideline linebacker, and he just kept up with running backs and hit him. And now he almost looks like he's bulked up a little bit because he's not He's not playing quickly. John, thanks so much for subscribing. Thank you so much for jumping along. It's weird watching Roquan now because I don't think what he's good at is something that he does here. No worries, totally. Yeah, it's cheers to a new season. The breakdown is posted on the channel for last week, but neat. Let's see, what system did our rookie linebacker play in? Sanborn? Yeah, I don't know, but I can tell you that Sanborn, at the very least, okay, so the other complicated thing to mention is that, yeah, AC, honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if Roquan does need to get into playing shape, just because he looks slower sideline to sideline than he used to. But the main thing I know I worry about is that Roquan, apologies, was never outrageously physical when it came to taking on blockers. And so that hasn't changed. And that's something that probably won't change even as he gets into playing shape. Quinn made some solid plays specifically. Honestly, J2K, I think a lot of people did. I didn't think it would be this bad. Like, I would tell you that Roquan, to use some nerd language here, is like 3 standard deviations worse in this defense right now than I thought he would be. And hey, he went up against San Francisco, who has Deebo Samuel, among others, and like San Francisco and Green Bay, which is as tough as it gets for somebody in this position. But all the same, like, that's the guy you want to stand out when you're playing those guys, right? Like, you want Alan Lazard to be worried about facing up your Fred Warner type, you know? Or at the very least, you want your Fred Warner type linebacker to do some scary Fred Warner things in coverage that make your quarterback scared to throw the ball and take a second hitch. Have you guys noticed that in coverage, Roquan's not near as impactful as he was in the Fangio D? Like, there's a lot of these plays that we've walked through, and granted, a ton of them are runs, but plays like this, hey, look at it, this works. Like, Roquan actually gets to cover somebody, and he chips him, and hey, neat, but it's tough. Like, if he's not as impactful in coverage, and his run defense is getting featured, and that's the worst part of his game, I mean, it's not a good fit in this case. Let's see. Matt Urlacher or Brian Urlacher? Like, oh, Matt, like another person. Let's see. Jake Handley, great seeing you. Thanks so much for jumping aboard. Always great to add a new subscriber. Thanks so much for supporting the channel. And I totally agree, AC. I thought that there were some plays that Roquan made down the stretch that were sweet. Can we talk about this? Okay, so the Bears are going to drop into the same... The Bears have basically played cover 1 since they got here. Normally, Matt Eberflus plays cover 2. We covered a ton of cover 2. Like, the Bears defense is normally a ton of cover 2, but they keep putting an extra guy in the box because they're so struggling to stop the run that they need Jaquan Brisker or Eddie Jackson to roll down. One or the other. It either looks like that or it looks like that. But in this case, they're going to play robber again. They're going to have Eddie Jackson step forward and try to cover Alan Lazard on a slant route. So should be a sweet pick 6, right? Check out. I'm going to show it in slow motion. So Gordon does his job. He plays outside leverage and he guides Lazard to Eddie. But, oh man, you've already seen it. Like, Rodgers throws this ball so stupid early, and he throws what should be a slant. I'm going to draw it better. Should be a slant. He makes it an in, and Lazard adjusts. You want to talk about the stuff that I want to see, whether it's Fields and Mooney, whether it's Fields and I don't care. Like, Fields needs to improve his anticipatory throwing, and Fields needs to show it so that he can develop these years of chemistry, because he loads to throw as Lazard begins to plant his foot. Still stemming. Finally, he planted his foot, flicks the ball. Lazard turns around, adjusts to it with a hard cut. Boom, catches it. And Eddie reacted on time. Like, Eddie begins to creep down right here. He plants his feet. He breaks on the ball right as the ball's coming out. It's not the like ESP break that we saw for, like on Trey Lance, but he breaks about as early as might be realistic, and it's a third down conversion. Come on. Right at the sticks too. Like, that's one of those where it's just, whoa. Like, the quickness that we see is crazy. And it happened again too. Like, if there's anything specifically that Kyler Gordon got popped on, this is the next one I'm about to lead you to is probably his worst play of the day. But just because it is such a, oh, come on, rookie, like moment. Well, there's two, I guess. But this one is rough. Watch it. So, quick snap, fake, snipe, bang, in. And if you watch it, Gordon's not watching the play action fake. Lazard goes up like he's going to block on this play, and Aaron throws it as the shoulder turns, whistles it in. The throw's actually a little bit behind, but by the time he's broken, the ball's on the way, and he catches it and sneaks it right in between two defenders. I mean, we've watched Rodgers do this his entire career. Like, this is just the stuff he does, but Lord, it looks so clean. Like, this is... Obviously, we hope Justin Fields sniffs this level. Like, they did 6. Yeah, they did. Like, and Chris, that's exactly the kind of thing that I agree with. This play right here, what is the defensive line supposed to do? How on earth could they possibly get home fast enough for this? It's just so fast. And Lazard does a great job hauling it in. I don't know what this game would have looked like had Lazard not played, but so good. And it's something Fields needs to learn, not because he has to. Like, I get that Rodgers is like another incarnation almost of Joe Montana in terms of his West Coast roots, but Fields needs a quick game. He doesn't have a quick game. Luke Getsy has got to find a way that isn't screens to get Fields throwing the ball, whether it's slants, whether it's ins, whether it's... I'm wondering where mesh went. Like, maybe Fields just hates mesh, but something really simple that is like... I mean, obviously we don't have one here, but like crosser, dig, crosser. Like, in theory, you gotta hope that you're able to do a little bit of that. And censored, exactly. They used to let quarterbacks develop a lot longer before throwing them into the frying pan. There's plenty of this stuff where we're working really hard to rush somebody out of the quarterback position because, and I quote, that's just what we do now. But Fields didn't get the infusion of talent, and before anybody makes fun of it, Jacksonville... So the Bears have a ton of cap space, right? Like, theoretically, the Bears can go from here to here, right? And Jacksonville went from here to like here, and that's as high as they'll ever go, right? Like, they don't have this ceiling anymore because they paid all of their money to get to mid. But hey, Christian Kirk kind of balling. Like, Trevor Lawrence, it's helping. The guards and tackles that they've signed and re-signed, the line it's not good. And all they've done is play the Colts. So maybe Fields will have his Colts game here against the Texans or the Giants. Who knows? But certainly the Bears could get a lot better the moment that they spend their money. Now, will they use all of it right? No. Will everybody that they sign be super duper good? No. But there's some truth to the idea that right now on offense, the Bears are playing, like, if we were going to draw the wide receiver depth chart, like right now I'd say that they're playing an 82, a 71, a 73, and like Dante Pettis, I don't know. I like him, so I'm going to list him as a 77, but everybody else would call that insane. Jacksonville is playing like between Zay Jones and Kirk, they've got like an 84, an 81, and then a couple other weapons that they're not great, right? But they're a little bit better than what the Bears have, and I feel like it's helping Lawrence a lot. And I don't want to make everything scalar with weapons, but jeepers, what a week for quarterbacks with weapons, because Jalen Hurts, Jalen Hurts and Tua just exploded. And those were both guys where I said, I don't know about these guys. And Burrow, on the other hand, the offensive line looks worse than it did, and they've now lost 2 games despite having Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Tyler Boyd, because they can't block anybody. Like, do I think it helps when we get Harry back week 5? I don't know, CV. Like, I mean, the worst part, Omega, is that the Patriots guy that I talked to basically keeps telling me, thanks so much, Butkus. Like, super excited. I am too. Like, a combination of QB talent, IQ, work ethic, and patience is something that has historically paid off well. I think that's a perfect way to phrase it. And I know whenever I look at this Bears team, or at least with Fields' future, my thought is that if he is putting the work in that we think he's putting in, it's just a matter of snaps and reps. But I'm a Bears fan, right? Like, I'm the guy who's going to say that. I want to make sure that I cite my biases, because it's like, I'm not going to be the guy to give up on Fields. Can I be blunt? It probably won't be me. I felt brave giving up on Mitch in week 1 of 2019 when he was already the butt of the NFL's jokes. You know, like, people were openly making fun of Trubisky in 2018. And I was one of the people that was like, just like tons of people, like, he's gonna be the guy. Just wait. And I'm doing it again. And like, I hope that Fields is the guy to break through it. I hope that Fields is like the dude. I hope we look back and the slide in San Francisco is like the what's the word? Like, that's the NFL films moment. You know what I mean? But because I'm with you, censored, way too early to be giving up. This is some Dolphins fans Tua moment. This is some Philly fans Hurts moment, right? Like, Jalen Hurts, to be clear, Jalen Hurts was throwing for more than 150 yards a game, and Fields isn't even close to that. But Hurts was like still not playing up to what we would consider an NFL quarterback standard. But it's, I think Fields' talent and what's in there. I mean, look, the Darnell Mooney quote, let me see if I can find it. Darnell Mooney, Luke Getsy. Let's see. Where is this quote? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? You have to. Like, there's this quote that Darnell Mooney had where he was like, wow, or like, when Getsy's gone in 2 years, we're all going to remember. Yeah, that one at Kusai. Let me see. I'm going to see if I can find it. Let's see. I think you gotta love these. Yes. It's 17 games of progress, not to panic over one game, blah, 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 blah. Oh, Mooney, right here. Like, what on earth am I supposed to do with quotes like this? Holy moly. Who just says this, right? Like, you might be right, Jay Sanders. Maybe Mooney's delusional, but just immediately popping up and saying, we've really only got 2 years with him. If everybody does their job, he's going to be gone for sure. Like, oh, thank you. You're right. Like, this quote right here is borderline baffling, you know? And Brandon, maybe he does. Like, it could be fair enough, Akusai, 100%. Like, you're probably right, Censored. It's just like, I'm not trying to sit here and say too much because we don't really know. And this is a game where we want to burn the tape. Like we talked about at the top of the show. It was just, I mean, it was like watching Plaxico Burress in a strip club. You know what I mean? Just bang, 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 bang. But the Bears beat themselves. There's actually, I think, a lot of positivity to be like they are found in that, you know? I mean, Censored, it has just completely screwed me up. Speaking of that, that Nagy was the straight up coach of the year. Like, Derek, you mentioned earlier, like, it's too soon to give up on Fields, but giving up on a Bears organization to, and their ability to develop a quarterback is a separate story. Yet, no kidding. Like, it doesn't help anything that now I sit here and, okay, somebody said this at one point, and I completely agreed. Bears fans are outrageously hard on quarterbacks in many cases because we haven't seen a good one. Like, Aaron Rodgers had a couple throws. Let me find them. Let me find some of these throws. They were just awful. But it doesn't matter. The guy was 19 for 25. He was just fine on, like, and yeah, 9-10 is the best example from this game where it's just a basic out to the flat that's completely wide open, by the way, off of play action. Moro's going to robot, which always makes running backs or always makes linebackers look like an idiot because it literally looks like they're running around not having any idea what's going on. That's the Warren Sharp thing. And Rodgers just goofs the throw. Like, whoops. But if this was Fields, we would eviscerate him. Of course we would. Duh. Right? But it's not. It's Rodgers. He killed us. He killed us. You can do this. But Fields needs to but like the Bears offense basically just needs to put it together and get Fields making enough positive plays where you can completely screw up and just live with it. Because when you do this, but you throw with some of the anticipatory throws that we've seen, who cares, right? Like, when you don't know what a good one is, Elon, great to see you. Like, when you don't know what the standard of comparison is, what good is, exactly, John, you earn totally oafing a throw up. But instead, the Bears fans just watch and we can see the mistakes. To me, the first down that could have been to Equanimeous St. Brown, way worse than a screwed up short throw. But that's just me. Like, you got to take your chances. Let's see. Poles needs to get him some real help. Don't tell me about N'Keal Harry coming back. I appreciate that attitude. I think you're right. Let's see here. What were some of the other things that happened on this one? Because we get a clear holding penalty. Like, this is, as much as I'd love to be like, the refs had it. The refs had, like, the Packers in their, I don't know, pockets. That's a hold. This game is a weird one because it's not really as if you can actually look at this game and say that the Bears, you know, Joe, as much as you make fun of him, Nelson Aguilar might be one of the best receivers on the Bears if he was on it today. Look at this. This is so sweet. But watch Mercedes Lewis versus Roquan Smith. Superstar linebacker versus tight end. Goodbye, linebacker. A little bit of a hold, but yeah, there you go. Let's see. The Packers do get, like, basically all of them. Let me see. I'll run that while I find it. I think that's a very good idea. I should be able to find that sack. Because the Gibson thing was kind of hilarious. I just need to find where Gibson sacked him. Is it on the last one? Yes. Maybe. Mercedes Lewis is kind of insane. I mean, he's very good anyways. Yeah, Elon, that one was not ideal. It just felt like the Packers' run game flowed all night long, and the Bears' defensive line didn't do a ton to stop it. Like in this case, it's mostly 95 that really has an opportunity to do anything about it, or Gibson just charges down the line and doesn't actually set the edge. Like, I don't know if he was just assuming that it was a passing down or what, but you would hope that your guy can stick the edge a little bit, and he does not. I mean, Elon, the other way to think about this, okay, so one thing that Gordon's not getting enough credit for is that he actually is doing quite a bit of positive stuff in the run game. Like, Gordon is not a big dude, but he sticks his nose where it doesn't belong all the time. That's good. Like, he's a gritty enough player, and he seems to want to succeed, and that much works out. But it'll be... like, I'm curious to see how he continues to develop it as a corner. Yeah, R.I.P. Hicks's injury. Gosh, it's just so wide open. I know we've literally covered this play already, but, like, the play action bite there is nuts. The DTs aren't stopping anything, Jay. And granted, the Packers are keeping the run game side to side, so they're certainly exhausting the defensive tackles, but they're not stopping anything either. Let's see. Somebody asked about it's almost 11, and I know that normally we go till 1, but can I be honest? This game kind of told its story. We talked about most of this stuff in, we talked about most of the game's offensive woes in the first half of the stream, and we don't necessarily need to go back and relive it because I don't really want to relive this game any more than we need to. So at this point, start putting in plays that you want to cover before we head on out of here. Think of it as like a Q&A. If you've got any questions, hit me with the questions. If you if you want to, let's see, the line of the over the line of scrimmage, we've actually covered it twice. I don't know if you stepped away. Was Jones an elite pickup, or is he just a guy? Jay Sanders. Okay, so if you do want to see some fun Jones stuff, Jones kind of ripped at the end of the game. A little too late, but there you go. Cody, I would tell you that, like, the funny part about Fields right now is that I think Fields is like one of the most extreme examples I have ever seen. And thank you so much for the donation. Super helpful. But so Fields seems like truly as extreme as an example I've ever seen of having all of the talent, having shown all of the ability to do literally almost all the things. Like, I mean, let's set up some boxes, right? Throwing under pressure, check. Like, throwing strikes deep downfield, you bet. Throwing deep lobs, yes. Frozen ropes, yes. Athleticism to get out of a jam, you bet. Ability to, not that it matters, ability to, like, beat a linebacker in the open field, 100%. The ability to go through a read and find your third read, yes. He did it last week. Like, yeah, these are U's and not checks. But, like, there are tons of things that Fields has individually shown us that he can do. We just get like 2 a game right now. and I think Derek said it well. Like, we almost need a boring game where we get a bunch of easy stuff that goes really well. Like, and we all go, oh, come on. I know that Fields did blah, 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 but none of it matters because, like we used to do with Trubisky, because right now it feels like if Fields has 140 yards in a game, it's an accomplishment, which is not awesome. That's not really how a passing game should work. And so we're going to have to work on that. Let me see. Somebody mentioned, like, oh gosh. Haplo couldn't watch first half of the stream. Is there a too long did not watch about why Fields is throwing so little and they got away? They tried to throw and they kept getting sacks. or they kept getting sacked. They got sacked on 2 of their early attempts. Fields dropped the ball on one of the early attempts, and the ground game was working, so they kept trying to go to it. Why did they try to run on 1st and 15? Your guess is as good as mine. I don't know if they just hated their own offensive line, or what, but they sure tried to get the passing game going. I mean, think about that quick outlet to Mooney. God, now we have to cover it because that is one we ignored. Like, people keep asking me fairly, hey, Robert, why didn't the Bears throw the ball more? And I'm like, well, when this is like one of your normal passing plays, would you? Like, the Bears go with an orbit motion, and maybe Rasul Douglas just knew the play. But Lord, Kmet doesn't get anywhere near Rasul Douglas. Douglas is triggered before Fields, like as Fields catches the snap, boom, he's off. Fields has not thrown the ball. Like, zoom. And it's a loss of 4. Hey, why didn't they pass ball more? And I totally agree with you. Like, Kmet behind Graham didn't help him. But like, the orbit motion probably didn't help because they don't do it all that often. I only started paying attention to this. Hey, atheist, go back and watch the first piece. But your Pack offense looks as good as ever. That's for sure. But so one thing that Nagy got in trouble for that I think Getsy's. So, okay, I need to make something clear. If there's something that is hard about offense, it's that a successful offense has the opportunity to stay successful, right? Like, once you do something and you do it well, you can then play off of it. So, for instance, you could have Mooney do an orbit motion and then hand off and have him run, right? But instead, when Mooney orbits from in here, Rasul Douglas goes, I've seen this movie before. I've been playing on this team, and makes a tackle for a loss of 4. Like, I don't know whether this one is just like Rasul Douglas reading the cliff notes, but this did feel awfully obvious. Like, the moment that you saw Mooney in motion and he motioned behind the backfield, it felt like a quick kick out was the obvious like choice. He is. That's a good point. As soon as the safety sees this play, like, check this out. Hey, they're doing that thing. Go get him, Rasul. And Douglas says, you got it, coach. Boom. Exactly, censored. Like that Gibson play where it was just like, he just went. I mean, I don't know. Like, does Getsy's pass scheme suck? I'm all ears. But if people want to know, like, why weren't they passing? Oh, wrong way. That's why. Like, the pass game was not helping. And yeah, it is like when somebody sees that play. And honestly, Elon, my hope would be that if they play a team that isn't the Packers, that like they won't get in trouble. This was one of the 2 worst play calls that Getsy had. Because, the throw isn't helpful, by the way. Bad. Not good. So maybe if the throw was really good, then Mooney would have made a play. But he was kind of hosed from Jump Street here. But so we do need to talk. I'm trying to be as fair as possible, and this is not a good throw. Like, even if Kmet had hit his block, though, you can still get some positive yardage out of a screen like this, but the hope is that Mooney doesn't have to stop for it. Let's see, the Hackett playbook. Then on 3rd and 19, can we talk about this one? Because, look, This, not that one. Wrong play. I guess there was 2 3rd and 19s. Like, honestly, Atheist, you say that Fields needs to check out of the play. I'll tell you that I just want to see 5 orbit motions. This is me being a fan at home, not a coach. I would like to see 5 of these orbit motions that you don't throw to the guy before you throw to the guy. Because the first time this happens, what if I was a defender, I'd say, all right, I think I know what we got going on. And literally the defense did. When it comes to other offensive lowlights, so to speak, the screen's fine. Believe it or not, the Bears actually get a ton of guys in space. 3 linemen. If theoretically they went boom, 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 you might have a call. But Montgomery just slips. I'm not expecting 3rd and 19 to convert. Atheist, when you guys converted 2nd and 20 or 28, I was about to tear my hair out. But I can only imagine you felt the same way when David Montgomery went like S on his chest mode and converted a 2nd and 20 run up the middle, for crying out loud. Brandon, remind me what survivorship bias is. Is that like the one actually, no, I just flat out can't remember. Let's see. Haplo, he really is doing literally run, pass. And my only hope is that part of that has to do with the wetness. It was raining in both games, but that seems awfully generous. But, like, I don't know. As somebody who's trying to be unbiased, I sit here and I'm like, really? Like, run, pass. What I wish was less predictable, can I be honest, guys, is, yeah, I know. Well, Happo, you say that. The Packers ran it a lot, that's for sure. They had 200 yards on the ground, for crying out loud. But I don't think it was because of the rain. Run, pass, punt. Well, the worst part is right now is that if there's anything predictable, can I just like call a spade here, guys? The predictable thing I would like to stop seeing is Fields getting sacked. Like, every time Fields drops back, I swear, sack. Pressure, sack. And that's got to stop. Get the ball out. Like, throw it away. I'll feel better if he checks it into the flat and the guy in the flat gets lit up. Like, there's anything is better than the sack. Like, I watched 36 of them last year. Please don't make me launch more watch more sacks. These things are just killing the offense. But hey, I do want to quickly throw you guys into, let's watch Fields' third best play of the day. Nope, it's not this one. This is the Sado. Censored, I'll let you watch it, but we already covered it a lot, twice. So he doesn't step up. He goes into bail mode. He kind of embarrasses himself. This is one of the broadcasts where you were like, oh no. Like, this isn't even rookie moment. This is like one of those things that just happens and the third stringer comes out and he's like, did I do it, coach? And coach turns and goes, no, you didn't. And I agree with you, Haplo. Like, the worst part is that our offensive line is just built to run block, and they are terrible at pass blocking. And if part of the thought, J2K, thanks so much. That's awesome. Of course. Oh my gosh. I love doing it. Like, you have no idea how helpful that is. And it's so kind of you to donate. Thank you. Thank you so much. Like, seriously. I love doing it. Like, y'all being as energized about these as you are is part of the reason I keep going. But so this was sad. We didn't call this talk about this in the opening volley. Am I the only one who feels like we have seen this exact play like 5 times? Kmet has caught harder balls than stick, but he's allergic to stick. Like, oh, shout out to Kenny Clark. Embarrassing. Sam Mustafer in this case. Like, this one's rough. Whoa. I love Kenny Clark. Kenny Clark's good. Don't get me wrong. But oh my god. He's making him look like Aaron Donald. Like, even better, I'll give it in slow motion, Elon. Boom. He does. This is right. He takes Patrick out with Mustafa. Like Kenny Clark throws him so hard that he falls over. And Fields throws a strike. And Kmet drops it. This is the worst play of the game. And they fumbled a snap. And they also had a blown play where nobody knew what was going on. I think this is the worst one. Like, I mean, I don't know what you say about a play like this. Like, what do you say in the film room? What are the notes? Like, who says what? Is it just quiet? Do you just cut this one out of film and just not even show it? Because just like everybody involved knows? Like, this is just crazy. Like, I mean, notes, clown. Like, I mean, the worst part. Okay. Anybody heard about the whole like receiver coach thing where it's like, don't jump when you don't have to? Stupid. Like, Kmet does this. Whenever Kmet feels like he's going to make a big play, he jumps. Have we seen how many tight ends just catch it and run? Like, honestly, like, it's not that this is about to be some huge play, but, you know, if he just catches it while moving, then the ball's still going to hit him dead on, and he might actually end up in just a little bit of a foot race. Like, instead, he embarrasses himself. Like, this is self-inflicted. I don't know why I took this one out. I think I just felt bad for Kmet. Like, Mustafa obviously gets owned. And the worst part about Mustafa is that, like, not only does he get sent to the Shadow Realm, but, like, this isn't really like a pass rush move. This is just a soul-stealing move. Like, one arm, for crying out loud. Full shuck. Good Lord. Oh, yeah, and then Fields gets absolutely murdered. Boom. Like, Kmet doesn't catch it. Now it's 2nd and 10. Huzzah. And if it's second down, we have to run the ball. It's in our contract, right? That's when Gary says they're going to run the ball and owns him. Like, it's a bad game on all fronts. Like, that's what we had to do for, like, there's no world where thinking smarter saves Sam. Let me see. Like, yeah, wait, the bird view? Let me see. Oh, goodness. How does, was it all three? Did the Packers beat us on special teams? Let's see the bird's eye. Holy smokes. This is like the play of Kenny Clark's life. And the worst part is that you can't show the throw because the throw's a dart, but like airborne. Fields travels 2 full yards, 3 full yards, 4 full yards. Bang. See, this is why I wanted to be able to rewind. Is for moments exactly like this. And Elon, I hear you talking about Mooney, but like, yes, it's kind of sad when you like. Of course, in theory, you want to you would like him to maximize the yardage, so to speak, but you can't just like see out of your mind's eye and draw the Doctor Strange eye on your head and go, Mooney, and throw it to him as much as I would like to. Like, it's his first read. You got to hit your first read, especially when Kenny Clark is right about to just like blast you. And all you can do is sigh. It's not a bad point. Like, wait, why? This is why. And it is hard to watch Justin get hit like this, but goodness. I mean, the bright side, if there is a bright side, is that like Musfer's not the starting center. He is. Why is he playing guard? I don't really know, but that's okay. It's not like it would have helped here. So at least he's not the starter. We went a whole year where Pace thought that guy was the starter, and he was worse then. Like, but Rashad Gary makes a great play. It's awesome. Like, mega awesome. Super cool. I truly don't actually know what he saw. Like, I don't know whether it was an accident, because I kind of think he was just trying to chase down the backside of the play. But every once in a while, the ball pops up in the air and falls in his safety's hands, and this is the equivalent of that, where, like, he basically just got unblocked. And so it sets up, you want to hear the sad part? This sets up Fields' third most productive play of the game. It is on 3rd and 15, and look at this. Everybody get ready, because we're about to really applaud him. We're about to go crazy. Like, yeah! 1, 2, 3, boom. He hits a slant for a whole 7 yards. Like, what? It's in the playbook. What stops us from 1, 2, 3, back of the drop, rocket, bang? Like, that isn't bad. Like, he hits ESB so hard he almost drops it. Boom. And then ESB gets absolutely lit up. That's my question, Haplo. Where is this on first down? Like, how hard is this? Apparently it's really hard. Like, I don't know. Atheist. Oh, in this case, they're giving up 100%. Like, this is, they don't think they can get a 1st and 15. They don't even seem to think that they can pass on 2nd down. So, like, I don't know what's going on. I would like to have the answers, and I don't want to give up on a staff before they ever start. But something seems off and lost in Bearland right now, because stuff like this is just, yeah. I mean, they act like the forward pass is legal, like, and that it must accompany like play action, but it's just like, it's not that it's hard. When I say, like I said earlier, that I think that against Houston or bad teams, that Fields is going to suddenly look better just because he can play the play out as it's expected, this is what I'm talking about. Look, this doesn't put you in the Hall of Fame, right? But we're talking basic snap, right? Like, basic 3-step drop, 1, 2, 3, nice footwork, good base, watch the spiral. It's pretty sick in slow motion. Like, it's an absolute rocket. It hits his defender right in stride, staples it to him for 7 yards. What are we doing watching Monty? Did he trip? Let's see. Yes, Monty eats it. Gotta love that. But, like, these are the kinds of things where this looks easy. The other completion he had looks awfully easy. Why do they make it look so hard to run a passing game if it can apparently look this easy? You tell me. But then if we are going to talk about like Fields' stuff, like there are 2 more we have to talk about because they ran the slant again and Rasul Douglas makes an awesome play. Now, at first I thought this was an errant throw because that made all the sense on the earth, right? But Douglas tips it and it made it look worse than it was. Now, who cares? But it is awfully sad to me that Fields can't even seem to get yardage in garbage time. Like, just what a bummer. But look at this. Boom. Like, bang. Tipped away. I have no idea if the pass was accurate. I mean, I think it was. This thing looks like it was a heat-seeking missile, just about. But Douglas tips it, and, oh, that's Quay? That makes sense. I don't know why I thought it was Douglas. Douglas is like 29. Quay Walker from Georgia. And he already looks better than... I'm not about to say something about Roquan Smith. CV, it's hard to tell because we don't have perspective, and the ball certainly drifts behind him. And then, I don't know if Justin was mad, sad, or what, but like on this next play, before Atheist jumps in and says like, oh no, Jair Alexander's just that good. Like, yes, but also Fields' throw here is like nothing to be stoked about. He gets out of the pocket. So he does the same thing he always does, right? Where once he gets out of the pocket and literally nobody cares about the play call. It's the same one they ran on the illegal forward pass play where Kmet is going to come out of the bunch and he's just going to turn around with 2 people running digs. But Fields feels like he has to clear the pocket before he can throw the ball. And so by the time he does that and throws the ball, he throws it way too late and way too shallow. You cannot allow this DB back into the play. You've got to put this thing further. And Fields learned the hard way that a fully sprinting superstar defensive back is a lot faster than the ball is if you don't throw it well. And so you got to make sure that on these plays, like, get the ball out in front of your guy. If it's, yes, in theory, or a pass that is catchable, as in underthrown or thrown behind, where the receiver has to slow down for it, is better than an overthrow. But in this, I don't know if he drops it, but the ball obviously comes out of his hand badly. You can see it from the moment it leaves. No, I don't put too much into it either, Atheist, but we got 11 passes to judge. So we didn't exactly get a bunch, and we covered most of them already. Like, there's the oof moment. The offense sucked. Like, everybody shot themselves in the foot all over the place. Like, did not like that snap either. Hit Fields in the chest, not snap it to his left. Wait a minute. Oh, we're grading Mustafa. Whew. That is far away. Look at that big old stretch. You can clearly tell his form is off because, you know, you're really looking to look more up and down with the ball hitting you right here. But, you know, this kind of shape, this is analysis right here. That is a ratty snap. Like, it's it really is. Like, Brandon, we're just waiting around at this point because he is literally a question mark. Man. A white hair snap. Was the other snap bad? Now I need to know. Snapgate. That's fine. Put in Patty Scales. And then I wish I had the special teams footage. I took this footage from the offense and the defense. And so that means that I don't have Mega Punt's epic boot, which is a real RIP because we celebrated a lot of those. Haplo, JC Treader signed with a team that was good. No, he retired, didn't he? Like, I think he didn't end up finding a deal and he retired. Now I need to Google it. JC Treader. He's just did he retire? Yes, he did. Wouldn't be surprising if his knees are done too. Just atheist so that I can get your reaction on it because I think it's funny and I like watching it a lot. I'll trade you one. We'll go one bad one, one good one. Because Montgomery suddenly started a ball. We talked about play calls earlier. This was just... I want to just sit on this one again. Because this is so sad. Like... Come on. Come on, you buzzkill, Preston Smith. Like, he did the thing. He did the fake. Like, he's got his arm out. Let the kid have it. Obviously, I'm kidding. But this was so sad. And, like, as a quarterback, I am of the opinion... Let me see. That, like, I'm of the opinion that while Fields theoretically needs to get rid of the ball in here, because like Elon's saying, throw the dadgum ball away. But also, if I was Justin Fields, I don't know how often I would have practiced this ball or this play where you hold your arm out for a full second, spin around, and there he is. This is the first thing Fields sees. Defensive lineman right in your face, like 6 yards in front of a line or ahead of the line of scrimmage. What? So him quickly trying to just do the athletic spin that he's been doing, I get it. He ate it. It was bad. And that's something that, like, can't happen. Horrible quarterback sack. But also kind of like a gets owned. Like, let's see. And then turned into something. Like, Joe, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. But that is so sad. That, like, you know, we told ourselves it can't possibly get any worse. And here we are. Lucky us. I feel like all you can do in these games is just laugh at it. Like, anything else just makes you sad. You got to throw the ball away. That's obviously something Fields has to get better at. It's obviously something Fields is going to hear. The other thing that, like, doesn't help anything. So I maintain, I am convinced that Fields couldn't grip the ball at all last week. All of his throws looked off. Sans like 3 of them. Way more throws had no spiral or like out, like might as well have been spinning end over end based on the way that they were thrown. So this is like kinda, in my opinion, this was basically Fields' first game on dry grass, which sucks, but it also means that in theory he's going to get some really nice coaching points to go off of this. I hope that he gets to throw the ball at least 25 times. He doesn't normally. And Mitch still did that. I watched the Pitt game, like, against New England, and he ran out of bounds again, 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage. But yeah, no kidding, Brandon. Like, I got the impression that no. Like, Haplo, that's the thing. I'm not making excuses about this week. I'm making excuses about last week. And in this one, all you can hope for is that you is that he has the tape to learn from it and can quickly apply it and say, all right, I know what I'm doing. I mean, the other, like, you want to talk about heavy excuses, you want to talk about like really digging deep. I think what Brandon said about the team looking psyched out because it was the Packers. The Packers always, like, atheists, if you guys could play the Bears 17 times in a season, you would put one of the greatest seasons up ever. Like, the Bears always manage to get the Packers best, which is like admirable for the Packers, I guess. But Lord, it is frustrating as a Bears fan because y'all will embarrass yourselves against plenty of other teams. Like, plenty of other teams get to have gritty, grindy games against the Packers where somebody like makes a mistake on Green Bay that just doesn't belong in the football game. But against the Bears, it's big brother, little brother. It's a punishment. Like, watching these games, the worst part about it is that I swear every time, like a complete nincompoop, I somehow get myself excited for the game again, and it is it's heart-ripping every single time. Like, I wish I was playing games like that. But, like, I sat there truly saying, hey, if not now, when? To the tune of a 27-10 beatdown, where the only reason it wasn't a wider scoreline is because the Packers decided to fumble for us twice. Like, it was neat that they kept the score lower for us so that they could still wallop the spread. 10.5-point dogs could not cover. You've got to be kidding me. Like, there must be a psychological component, and my only hope is that, my only hope when it comes to Fields and this game is that you can burn this tape and get away with it. But we burned the Baltimore game. We burned we burned last year's Baltimore game. We burned the Browns game. We burned quite a couple of games. And so it's not that I think Houston's do or die. Fields has the whole season anyways. Like, I'm going to be here breaking down his tape, giving him a legitimate, fair shake, and as much honest analysis as I can. But getting absolutely cranked by, Tampa was bad. Like, getting cranked by the Packers this badly in Lambeau is not a good look for anybody. This is the kind of game that makes you irrationally want to fire Luke Getsy. This is the kind of game that makes you irrationally want to fire Matt Eberflus, irrationally change quarterbacks, irrationally extend Montgomery. Like, I'm with you, Derek. Like, if at this point, if you told me with a straight face, Derek, that David Montgomery was the heartbeat of the offense, I'm more than willing to offer him an extension just for that alone at this point, because the Bears certainly have the money. And if they can keep him running like this in a power-based scheme, holy smokes, I will roll the clip. Like, it's exactly like Adavola. We've got San Fran. We've got the Pittsburgh game. I thought good chunks of the Vikings game were solid. I thought he was an okay rookie in some of the others. Like, let me see. Tim, what do you mean? Like, which flow disruption? Out of curiosity, I am always looking to make it better. I think the hour-ish cut that we had at the start is solid overall. But, like, this was superhero. This was super fun. Like, 2nd and 20, like somebody said earlier, we're going to ignore the fact that on 2nd and 10 we called a run. But, like, this is borderline extension worthy. Like, this is super sick. This kind of running is just awesome. And you eat it up. I do. And then Herbert comes in, obviously blasts off a sweet run. But what I like about it is that the Bears aren't just doing zone. Like, in this case, what really seems like it's helping Monty is that instead of having to actually make the decision of, like, which hole should he hit, Montgomery seems like all he's got to do in a lot of these, because they're doing guard lead again. Like, you can see it when you watch it in slow motion, that everybody here is fundamentally down blocking, except for Borum. Everybody down blocks, and then the guard leaves, and the guard leads your way through the hole, and a sift block takes out the edge. So you end up with two pullers that come on over. And the nice thing is that once you hit this, even though Kenny Clark mashes, I think that's... is that a tight end? There's no way. That seems ridiculous. No, it's Lucas Patrick. Bummer. No, it's Cody Whitehair. Cody Whitehair gets just about eaten alive by Kenny Clark. But because David Montgomery already has a direction he's going, it's this way, whatever that looks like, he doesn't have to think quite as hard, and he just runs really hard. Like, honestly, he fits so stupid well in power-based running. It is absolutely bananas. And check this out. Like, it doesn't matter if you know that you're getting power. Like, if in theory you're looking at David Montgomery is going to run some variation of power, and then after the play, they're going to give him a break. They're going to sub in Khalil Herbert, and he's going to come in, and they're going to run some form of zone. Who cares? Like, that doesn't actually help you all that much. It helps keep the defensive linemen off balance, but Herbert's good at zone. Like, this is sweet. And being able to see both schemes is also nice, because Nagy stopped trying to use both power, like both gap and zone schemes ever since 2019, when it stopped working. And then they brought in Castillo, who was like, we only run one play and it's outside zone. And honestly, it was bizarre. Let's see. If Jenkins is in the whole game, do we score more points? I don't know. Honestly, I have told myself to make me feel better that there is some kind of issue that Jenkins has with some of these play calls. Maybe it's like an under-practicing thing. But I couldn't tell you, because it seems stupid. I mean, like, my mom is watching the game with me, and they go, did they take him out? And I was like, yes. They rotate per drive. And she goes, that seems kind of silly. And I was like, not to get all gender rolly, my mom doesn't know that much about football, and when she starts questioning the coach, you know you're in trouble. I liked this. This isn't quite counter, because counter often involves way more pullers than just one, but I love little stuff like a toss out to the right side that hits on the left side. And you got to remember that you're thinking about this from the quarterback's perspective. So if you watch this play, you can see that the linemen all blocking to sweep everybody this way, and Kmet is going to hit on the outside here. Blazing Game comes from the eye to hit Quay Walker, and it's a sweet little design for Herbert. It's not that it has to like work like crazy, because 94 kind of owns Braxton Jones, which doesn't help a lot, and Kmet can't hold his block. That's the really bad part, is that Kmet kind of gets danced. I would say, like, don't watch, but obviously you have to watch. It's part of the breakdown. I'm requiring you to watch. Kmet gets Sam Mustaford and ends up, like... This is one of those, like... Wait a minute. Yeah, that's me, Cole Kmet. Let me show you how I got here, kinds of moments. But so, he powers on through and gets some yards, sure. But, like, I appreciate the diversity of running plays. That they're not just running stuff where you toss it over here and then the run has to hit out this way or up the gut. Like, even stuff that cuts across the formation and hits is in the running scheme, which is nice. I mean, it's going to break my heart a little bit if we traded medium creative passing game and horrible, horrible run scheme for medium creative run scheme, medium good creative run scheme, and horrible, horrible passing game. That truly will shatter my heart into a million pieces, and I may never recover. But it's cool right now. The run scheme certainly looks a lot better than it did. Let's see. How do you tell your offensive? Brandon, I can only imagine what that would be like, where you mutter to yourself, okay, guys, we've got to stop looking like boys among men. And they go, Coach, did you just? Yes. Boys among men. Stop it. Bears kind of got owned near the goal line, which surprises nobody. Like, goal line running or red zone running is so much harder. It's so much harder than normal running. I would say that these two plays, like, everybody focuses on the 3rd and 6 and the 4th and inches, and, like, I get that. But it hurts when you've got this stuff. You bet. Have a great night, atheist. But so, CJ Williams says Braxton Jones gets a ton of favor. It's because he can run the well. Like, Braxton Jones is a good little run blocker. And honestly, this is the perfect rep, which happened on accident. But, like, check out Braxton just ripping on this left side. He's going to just plant 90, and it's a double team. I get that. But this is what you want out of your tackle. Braxton is an okay pass blocker that they want starting for them because they think he's a very good run blocker, and I agree with them. Sam Mustipher versus Kenny Clark in a one-on-one is a matchup that I don't know why anybody thought this was a good idea. But I might be one of the biggest Mustipher haters on the planet. Like, I mean, he's just not strong. You match Kenny Clark up against him, and this just will happen. Why? Like, yeah, Elon, I just had a child. Like, of course I'm exhausted. But Bears. We got to do the Bears first. Kmet gets caught and can't come through his sift. So one of the biggest problems that you'll see in these kinds of like situations. So you ask who's cold blocking? Zai. I was right about to explain it. Thank you for asking. So Cole's going to come across and he's going to sift block Preston. But if there's any problem with scenarios like exactly what Kenny Clark's about to do to Sam Mustipher, it's that the sift block is popular, but like any pull, if your guy up front just gets owned, you don't get there. And so that means that then Cole Kmet's just caught. And not only is Kenny Clark in the middle of your formation, Preston Smith is no longer blocked. And at some point, something that I want to talk about. So I had somebody reach out to me. I won't say their name, but because they didn't really tell me. But if you're if you're watching at this point, know that I'm thinking about you. At some point, we will need to do a stream where we just talk through like what goes into picking play calls. How do people pick play calls? Why are play calls working the way they do? Maybe I'll make like some kind of 101 video because that honestly could be kind of fun. But I think the bye week makes a lot of sense. Like basics, honestly. Like there's a lot of things that I feel like we talk about that I worry if it goes over people's heads. But the nice thing is that with this specific kind of game, there's not a lot of counter punch to show because it's really just like, okay, I'm the Bears. Punch, 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 punch. That's me punching myself. That's before we had the Packers, who were also punching. Like the Bears got beat up on a lot of fronts. Note to self, don't yawn on camera. Elon's gonna get mad about it. Here, 94 makes a great play. Hard part about running the ball is that the other team can make good plays too. Like 94 just gets a sweet arm bar right there. That covers like 2 gaps because now not only can Montgomery not attack this gap, but he can't attack this gap either and gets caught. Only so much you can do. But so let's see, CV Omega, nice high note. Ooh, if we are going to do high note to end on, we might as well do this one. It's kind of a pair of things. Okusai, if you're in here, I'm late on this, but I'm going to do it now. Let's see. 1455. Oh, perfect. It's either this one or it's the other one. I think it's later. This is is it? So this is the one where Dominique Robinson almost gets tripped. Like, Elton Jenkins, not a good dude, entering the Ndamukong Suh category. Like, Bears are going to run a stunt, and hey, I would love to tell you that this is some crazy defensive play call. The Packers just screw it up, like, badly. 74 and 70 just botch the stunt. And hey, the Bears will take it. Like, you take all the freebies you want. I mean, literally, D-Rob gets straight through, and then Gibson also gets D-Rob gets straight through, and he's supposed to be the guy who's just like, making him think about it. And then Quinn, on the other hand, just absolutely screeches around the edge, like wails around the edge. I lost it. I gotta go back. But Akusai, in that case, we'll go back and we'll cover the other sack, the one where Gibson gets held, but tackle loses his mind. And then I love this angle on Robert Quinn because he is so fast. Like, that seems like a 2023 low second round pick. I mean, he's controllable. You're not trading him for a rental. You're trading him for a season and a half. So I do think that there's value there. It's a relatively cheap edge rusher, all things told. And that's not bad either. And then, like, I completely agree, Akusai, where it's like Elton Jenkins kept getting talked up, but that part is really weird. This is really weird. Elton Jenkins right here kicks at Dominique Robinson and seemingly tries to take him out. Not good. Not only is tripping a penalty in the NFL, but that's the kind of stuff that can get somebody hurt. And like, as much as football is a game of contact, if you can avoid stupid stuff like this, you obviously want to. This is not a cool guy move. Elton Jenkins, you're gonna get he's gonna get a little X from me. Let's see, right here. That's no. And the ref is right there. He's right there, staring at it, like. It's honestly, Akusai, it's not a penalty in Lambeau. Like, must not be at this point. But okay, so Akusai, it's funny you mentioned that because I have the Vildor play right here, and I cannot believe I'm saying this. I can't believe I'm saying this. He does hit him glancingly. Like, it's because I think the flag comes out because the lineman falls. He really thinks about it too. Like, he really thinks about it. And I don't know if that's just like, wow, refs in Lambeau suck. Like, I don't know. But he really thinks about it. Because they're trying to take this out of the game. We obviously know that. I don't know what the corner's supposed to do. Because Aaron Jones, if Kindle Vildor has to take the lineman on directly, Kindle Vildor is in legitimate danger of just getting flattened. And what's the fun in that? Not even just as a Bears fan, but like in football, isn't the defensive lineman or like the defensive back supposed to be able to do something? But they're not. And so like it's a weird call, but in Green Bay, the corners are sure supposed to eat it. Elon, I'll follow you to bed soon. Not you specifically, but I'll also go to bed here shortly. Let's see. I'm looking for the sack. There it is, 7:15. This was one of the weirder plays, I think. So Gibson, is that the hold? No, that's not the hold. But obviously, like, Jenkins did try to hold him. But it's like a nice 4-second sack. Coverage held up there. I feel like Gibson hits really hard. Like, this hit looks violent. Like, jump grab, down with a little bit of a pop. Let's see. I'm trying to find. Maybe it's in here. There's that weird one. Because I know what you mean. It's in here somewhere. It's not even that far. Let's see. Maybe he did. Maybe they did him a favor. Let's see. Akusai, do you remember what quarter it was in? I'm trying to remember the first Gibson sack. Or the second one. Because I think it's later. First half is what I thought too. Oh, there it is. It's at 19. You asked for this. We've got to cover it. It's this one. And I mean, it's a hold. Let's see. No, gee, it's 100% lopsided. Like, I mean, look. I don't want to sound like a Bears fan that complains about the refs. I'm just used to it in Lambeau. Lambeau's weird. Lambeau's one of the most awful places to play because somebody does this, both arms around Gibson, like holding on to him, and Rodgers ducks, and they pick the flag up. And I'm convinced that they picked the flag up because it's pointless to call the penalty. And that is me being as generous as I can be. Like, the yeah, the refs absolutely sucked in this game. There was a lot they did wrong. But the part that I thought was particularly bad is that, like, this is as hold gets. Like, this right here. But he hangs on to him. Still holding all the way home. And they didn't call it, I assume, because why call it and have it get declined? And I agree with you, Akusai. The refs were bad and not the reason we lost. Haplo, there are a ton of blatant false starts. A lot. Just across the NFL. I get the worst part, though, is that, okay, so now that I'm correcting myself, they called Griffin on wagging his butt, and they called ESB on shifting his weight, but they didn't call, like, Green Bay on straight jumping off the line. It's there was some weird stuff there, but it's not the reason the Bears lost. And frankly, if it is the reason the Bears lost, they're kind of doing us a favor, because what does being 2-0 really get you here? Probably good feelings. I would love to beat the Packers. I'm coping. But we all need a little bit of copium sometimes. But if there's anything that's going really well for the Bears season, like Gibson and Dominique Robinson look like they've actually got something to grow on. This is a sweet dip and rip. Like, great job wagging the hand to, let's see. Yeah, Pennell looks great. 64. He made a couple of plays. Like, but Gibson does a great job establishing the hand right there and then immediately dipping and ripping. Look at the strength right here. So we talked about this in the we talked about this in the Quinn video. Look at how strong he turns. There's a lot of juice here in terms of bend. Like, plant, sharp turn, keeps going. That's hard. Like, this right here, plant, rip, turn. That's sweet. That's the kind of thing that you're like, man, that's awesome. Oh, yeah. Getting them hips nice and low as he just drives on through it. But any other questions before we close up? It's like midnight. We could all use some sleep. Like, it's a football game. It's a football game in a developmental year that, honest to goodness, if you ask me, this is what I expected San Fran to look like. Not quite as emphatic, but bad. Like, and so as we look at this game, it was bad. Extra bad, because it was in Lambeau. But at the very least, thank goodness that we didn't have to hear about the Packers taking the record away from the Bears, because we just didn't have to deal with it. If Davis Mills outplays Justin Fields, we got real problems, and still 14 games left. It's not that the jury's not out on Fields. It's that, if I can be honest with you, Censored, like, I've got way too long of a season to get that depressed about what's going on at quarterback. Because the biggest problem, as I just sort of let the Packers offense tell its own story, I hated this. Like, I hated this. Roquan's the coverage guy. And zoop, like, he gives it up. Now, it's Randall Cobb. But at what point is Roquan going to make a play that makes you go, that's why we're paying him? How big a difference will it make to have Patrick at center and Tevin playing guard at full time? Well, the tackles need to hold blocks first. So I think that the biggest difference, Cody, is going to come from the fact that the Texans' edge players are not as good as Nick Bosa, Rashad Gary, Preston Smith, and like the rest of what they've got going on. Our linebackers our biggest weakness? I think it's our defensive line. Like, the defensive line is particularly bad. Censored, I agree with you. Like, I'm definitely not going to judge until the end of this year, because the other thing that's worth mentioning is that the Bears are in a great position to get way better after this offseason, and that dream dies the moment that they have to change quarterbacks. Let's say that the Bears are awful and they secure the number 3 overall pick, right? Now you're burning your first. Like, now in that scenario, your first has to go to getting, I don't know, CJ Stroud. Like, it's not that I hate Stroud or Young. It's that I struggle to look at any of these quarterbacks, me personally, and see a quarterback better than Justin Fields. Like, I get where you're coming from. Who was that? Ivan Drago up there? Like, yeah, Ivan Drago. Like, I get where you're coming from. Like, about Fields sucks. He's worse than Trubisky. Fields is way better like from a tools perspective than the overwhelming majority of quarterbacks that I feel like have come out lately. I would take Fields over Zach Wilson. Like, maybe he was just being a troll Omega, but like, I think there are people that really think that way, and that's okay. Like, we got plenty of time. Fields lost to the Packers. It happens. The DL makes or breaks this, like, for sure. I hear you, Jordan. People do need to stop hoping that, like, 2023 goes perfectly. That's rough. And so it's like, I don't know. Free agency, like, needs to be free agency, the draft, all of it needs to go well for the Bears to take another step. But take a look at where the Lions are. The Lions came 3 points away from beating the Eagles. This Lions team is solid. Like, and I felt like for once it finally made sense. It's not the like it's not the Hard Knocks thing. It's that like the Lions look actually good. And yeah, I completely hear you, Akusai. I mean, like Mitch had a 6 TD game. I'll tell you what, Akusai, I thought that Mitch in particular had like I thought Nagy did a lot to juice Mitch's stats. And that's not to say Mitch sucks. It's more to say the worst part about Nagy was that I actually feel like going back and watching those 2018 games, there's a lot that the Bears did right, and it just got worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. The 2021 team was embarrassing. The 2020 team was bad, but not that bad. The 2021 team felt like a team and an offense somewhat squandered by quarterback. And then the 2018 team was just fun. Like walking backwards through that, it really felt like the coaching just got worse and worse the longer that they stuck around. So I can't imagine what was going on. But I mean, happily you say that. But if Watson had to put up with Matt Nagy, he would have needed a lot of massages, apparently. But so Cody Owen, I think it depends on the pick. Like if the Bears are in the top 5, I think that they're going to try to draft like Jalen Carter. And then Jordan, just because I know you're always ahead on your draft stuff. If not Jalen Carter, who are other defensive 3 techs that like we could be looking at in the first round? How many of those like Logan Hall dudes are there in this draft besides Carter, who is just like Galactus out there? But so like there's plenty. Let me see. 3 techs a total need censored. Like there's plenty of these guys that the Bears are going to be looking at. And Ryan, I would love to draft like Jackson Smith-Jigba. I think Jackson Smith-Jigba is awesome. Like I would love to draft Jackson Smith-Jigba. But if I can just you guys can call it a problem. I might call it a problem if I had the energy to do it. But when you draft a defensive head coach, and the defensive head coach needs a superstar 3 tech, among other things, to make his defense go, you got to get him. And we don't have him yet. And so if the Bears have the 4th pick in the draft and Jalen Carter falls to them, and all of the Bears fans say, trade back, trade back, trade back, trade back, they're going to put in their ticket for Jalen Carter or Will Anderson. And like you said, Akusai, Bears Twitter is going to explode. It's not that it's the right call. It's that it's the call they're going to make. Like, I almost wish it wasn't. But it's the call they're going to make. And so I am just ready for it at this point. Right, exactly. CV. It's a preparation thing as much as anything else. Then they'll go receiver in the second round, maybe. I mean, one of these days, Velus Jones will play, and I love the Velus Jones breakdown I did. The video might be better than the player, but that's a bummer. Like Lorenzo, I am always expecting quarterback to go 1-1. Like maybe Will Anderson really is 1-1, but I expect quarterback to be 1-1 because why wouldn't you trade to the person who wants to pick the quarterback first when you've got a class like this, even if it's just a couple? But let's see. Like I'm right. I mean, that's the other thing, Akusai. I don't know if it's like I don't know what happened with this last draft. I was stunned. I mean, I like Malik Willis. I think Malik Willis got underdrafted. Like, I get that plenty of people would look and say, well, I don't know. But I feel like I've seen that all the time. Sam Darnold went 3rd overall. Or was it 2nd overall? I thought Sam Darnold was awful. Like, even back at USC, I don't know if I'm just being unfair, but I really thought Darnold did not look the part. And Baker obviously went 1-1, and Rosen got traded up for. Like, I don't know what changed. I don't know if somehow the 2020 class just made everybody feel like bad. You know what I mean? But the 2021 class got shafted. I mean, I'm stunned that Kenny Pickett lasted as long as he did, and that all the teams that didn't need a quarterback just said, I'm good with Carson Wentz. You really? Like, I thought the Lions had a shot to be getting, like, Malik Willis. And I was like, whoa, that would suck. So I'm glad he went to the Titans. Let's see. Big Arms, like, just, yeah, no, I hear you, Jordan. I mean, I actually don't think Jackson Smith-Jigba's an amazing fit with Fields specifically. But at the same time, Jordan, there's nothing like an open receiver to fit with any quarterback in football, right? So if Smith-Jigba's the guy to shake people loose and be like, wow, that's our guy, always open, sure, whatever it takes. But at this point, we're just going to have to wait and see. I mean, I'm hoping that when the Bears go from playing teams that are good to a team that's not that great, not terrible, but like not that great. So I need to be so clear, right? The Texans are looking at the Bears like a free win. The fans are, at the very least. The Bears are looking at the Texans like a free win. Somebody's wrong, and I'm ready for it to be us. Can I be blunt about that? But the nice thing is that going forward, I think that we can now split the team in half, offense and defense, right? Like, the Bears are going to enter a time where the offense can be completely independent. Like, where if the offense scores 24 points and the defense gives up 31, I could care less. Like, that may not be the Texans, who have yet to score over 20. Like, I think yet to have anybody score over 20 on them as well, even though they're giving up a ton of explosives. It's actually super weird. But I don't think the Bears are going to be the ones who just like pop the offensive explosive top. But I will say that I am ready to enter a time when the offense can compete and succeed. At least that's the hope, against the talent that they're faced across. And if the defense struggles, hopefully they just struggle quickly and get off the field instead of getting run on. But that's what a developmental year is. Like, this, if you came into the Bears game thinking we might be as good as the Packers this season, here's your cold shower. Here's your reminder. This is who the Bears are. I also hope you're wrong, Justin, because if it's a race to 9 points against the Houston Texans, the Giants game is going to be a beatdown. But I also hope that the Bears don't come out here and run it like 70% of the time. And it doesn't help that run is a weird term, because if Justin Fields runs it on a passing down, then like it's charted as a run. But Justin Fields kind of is his check down, or at least he was at OSU. Jordan, I don't know where the Dabo love was during the head coaching cycle, because I could have sworn you were so on the Flores train that you were like, no, I get it, Dabo, but Dabo is awesome, and I am truly bummed that the Bears didn't get that shot. But what is this? Like, Brian Flores better than Dabo? Hey, two Bryans, am I right? Bill Belichick knows what I'm talking about. But either way, guys, we gotta wait. We got Sack Watch coming up. We got 10-minute drill after that. I'm gonna take a little bit of a look at Texans film if I get the chance, but I have a lot of editing in front of me, and that's what all the channel donations help go to, which is helpful. But so we've got to, like, we just gotta be patient. We gotta hope for better. Thankfully, we got nothing else going on. Like, the Bears at this point, it's not really about winning. As hokey as it was when Poles said it, no, it's not really about taking the North and never giving it back. I would love to. That's not really what's going to happen here. And so at this point, we're just going to need to see if the Bears can get a little bit better, because they, so far through 8 quarters, their offense has looked disjointed and bad for 5 of those quarters. And they strung together 2 sweet offensive drives in this game. Just 2, though. And they managed, or did he not? CV, I could have sworn he said, we're going to take the North and we're never going to give it back. But I might be misremembering. Be competitive, show progress. Exactly, Censored. You guys are awesome. If you haven't liked the stream yet, like the stream. Support the channel however you can. Honestly, just like watching the videos, even if you leave them on in the background, it's helpful. You guys are great. Always love having you. Let me know thoughts. Oh, when the stream ends, come back, comment on it. The stream that goes up tomorrow, that's like there's the cutout, like comment on it. That would be awesome. It helps us a lot. And so engagement is awesome. A lot of free ways to support the channel. Let us know whatever we can do to just continue to make Second City Gridiron one of your premier places to consume Bears content. And as always, guys, have a great rest of your evening. Bear down. And thanks so much